we found that we were off on, I believe, 5 wells, just between 10 and 30 feet. So we will move some test well locations and retest those. The cost associated with doing another 35 and testing all the wells, our GPS magnetometer locating all the wells that we've been testing would be another 35,000. We are trying to achieve that within our budget this year to do this magnetometer survey. That way we will have our survey caught up with our other testing, and we can with more precision know that we've located these wells. And after that, of course, we will have the remaining the difference between 46 and 110 left to do in 2022, both locating and testing. And so you will see that dollar amount in our 2022 budget that will come before you. And next slide, please. So you are going to have an air quality presentation tonight, so I'll just run through these slides. We didn't at the time realize we were going to have a full air quality presentation, but from Ajax Analytics and CSU, which of course have the sensors located in various locations around the well pads with trigger canisters, and stationary monitoring at the Soaring Eagle Park. We did see that our volatile organic compound measurements during this period across all monitoring sites were below existing published health standards. Also, our weekly average volatile organic compounds at the monitoring sites were near the background levels we originally recorded in 2018. We did see some 1 to 5 minute VOC elevation events, but those did not affect the hourly averages. Boulder Air also saw Q1 concentrations of primary air pollutants being monitored were during most of times lower or more moderate than the preceding quarter. There was a 2-day ozone event that I'm sure Dr. Helmig will talk about in the air quality presentation tonight. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk briefly about our policy accomplishments. This year, we continue to meet monthly with a local government group that Broomfield hosts monthly and has put together. This is a very effective group. It includes attorneys and staff who work in the areas of oil and gas, and about 17 different local governments participate at any given time in this monthly meeting. We discuss issues that we're having with various operators. We discuss issues associated with our local regulations, and we also come together and decide if we can join together on state rulemaking. And we did do that at the COGCC in 2020 with very good results. For most of the rulemakings, we were part of the affiliated local government coalition, which includes Broomfield, Boulder County, Lafayette, Erie, Longmont, Fort Collins, and the New Mexico Council of Governments. And I think big strides were made, obviously, with the 2,000-foot setback that the COGCC adopted from residences. That was based in part on Broomfield's pre-existing setback that was adopted earlier, and testimony from Broomfield and Broomfield residents regarding the impacts to residents living within 2,000 feet of the oil and gas facilities. So I think residents in particular were very effective in that rulemaking effort. We've also worked as a coalition for additional notice to local governments and additional avenues for input. And I can give you an example of this new rule that we are operating under just this quarter. Preston has proposed the Coslet East Pad, which is, let's see, I can give you a general location. It's on the west side of I-25 between County Road 6 and Erie Parkway. This pad is not being proposed in Broomfield. It is a multiple well pad though. And under the new rules, we are given the opportunity to meet with the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission before the pad design is even submitted, the Form 2A. And so we have requested that meeting along with our fellow local government, the town of Erie. So that meeting has not been scheduled yet, but we have been working on some written comments that show our air quality results in the area and show the need for additional best management practices on this well pad just outside of Broomfield's border, but within 2,000 feet. So that is as a result of a rule that was adopted and we did testify on last session. So it is already proving effective and giving us a larger voice to what is moving in adjacent to us and around Broomfield. Next slide, please. We've also done some work at the Air Quality Control Commission. This is an area where our special counsel, Elizabeth Paranos, has a lot of expertise. We did provide testimony, and there is a new requirement for continuous monitoring at production facilities during pre-production in the first 6 months of production. Also, we participated in the rulemaking that resulted in non-emitting zero emissions pneumatic controllers. Pneumatic controllers are used throughout the oil and gas operations to regulate flow. And this is going to be a significant reduction in emissions as a result of this. And this will apply to both new oil and gas facilities and retrofits on existing facilities. So a big win there for the entire state. We also are talking with the AQCC now about their upcoming stakeholder process to further regulate greenhouse gas emissions from oil and gas facilities. This is obviously important to the state's climate targets and also to Broomfield's new GHG emissions reduction targets set by City Council. In terms of local regulations, as you know, this week you adopted new local oil and gas regulations with 3 amendments on first reading, and the second reading on that oil and gas local regulations will be on May 11th with a public hearing. That is posted to our website now, including the 3 amendments. Also, already in 2021, we have gone and provided written and oral testimony to the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission on financial assurances. Brad Gibson, a resident of Broomfield, who has a lot of technical expertise in this area, volunteered his testimony on behalf of Broomfield. We are arguing for higher insurance limits for environmental liability insurance, which has not requirements which have not existed in the past. So we will be participating in the rulemaking when it occurs too. Next slide, please. This is a couple of public health slides prepared by Dr. Weisner, and she will provide a more detailed report in the air quality report. But this indicates in the first quarter that we had 20 health concerns submitted by 12 unique individuals in Q1. The top 3 symptoms reported were nosebleeds, eye irritation, and headaches. 44% of all the symptoms reported in Q1 were nosebleeds, and the number of reported symptoms in Q1 decreased from Q4 of 2020. And the overall number of health concerns and symptoms submitted in Q1 is the lowest of any quarter, I think, that we've been monitoring. Next slide. This is Dr. Weisner's slide on nosebleed information. It has the number of unique individuals reporting nosebleeds, compared, as you can see, to the 3 green dots on the top of this chart to air quality events measured by our air quality system. I'm sure she would be available to answer more questions on that slide. And with that, that is the first quarter report. So oil and gas does work in the areas of inspections, air quality monitoring, soil gas testing of plugged and abandoned wells, and also we do noise monitoring. We are working with a new noise or sound contractor and working on some potential solutions for better measuring sound off of well pads that are in active operations. And I hope to have a more full report on that to City Council in the near future. So we've been working on that closely with a new sound consultant, and I think we have some new avenues in our efforts to record these sounds off of these operations and to make exceedances enforceable. And that is our goal. So that is the first quarter report in general from oil and gas. And I'm happy to take your questions.
Let's go to public comments. We have one person to talk on 4A, and that is Lizzie. Lizzie, would you state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Lizzie? Kathy, is Lizzie on?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah, and we'll search your 3 minutes now. So state your full name and neighborhood, Lizzie, please.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. Lizzie Lario from the Wildgrass subdivision. Thank you all for holding this meeting tonight, and a special thanks to Councilmember Schaaf for bringing this meeting forward, and Councilmember Lim for your tireless, consistent work on the matter and advocating for your constituents. Oil and gas issues are still a significant matter for many in North Broomfield. Sure, it's easier to push to the side or sweep under the rug because there are no eyesore walls to look at, no industrial machinery standing tall in the sky and making awful, whirling, buzzing jet engine sounds throughout the night. However, there are still chemicals being emitted into the air, there are still health impacts, and there are still questions about how the city is going to act to protect its residents when extraction returns, because we all know they are planning to return, which is actually my first concern. We, the public, have no schedule, no idea when they're coming back, no colorful timeline telling us what they're going to drill next, where the ugly walls will show up, where the noise will be. We know it's coming, we just don't have any details. There are people that chose to leave during different stages of operations last time, specifically fracking and flowback. After Livingston and interchange, people may want to leave at other stages, or maybe for the entire time extraction is here. The public really deserves to know what will be happening and when, so they can plan to leave if this is what they choose to do. So a lack of any schedule from extraction is my first concern. Secondly, I know that people are having health impacts and not reporting. This is an ongoing issue I've brought up previously, and unfortunately, it's just not getting any better. People don't understand the purpose of filing complaints. It feels like the complaints go into a black hole, and the complaint system is not working. I know of people that suffer with headaches, migraines, eyes and nasal irritation, bloody noses, burning throats, and more. This is all new since extraction came to town. Please understand that health impacts are happening. They're not being reported. I have had people tell me over and over, there's no point, we don't understand, it's stressful, it's difficult. Health impacts are happening. Chemicals are being emitted. We cannot ignore this. Then my final question is just the status of the health survey with Broomfield and Dr. McKenzie. I haven't heard anything about that in quite some time. So again, I want to say I appreciate the meeting tonight, and I hope they happen more often. Thank you.
We have one more person to comment. I will ask after the next comment if somebody couldn't address the schedule, what information we have on extraction schedule and the study. Let me go ahead and call on Ann. Ann, would you state your full name and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ann Eklund, and I am calling from the Wildgrass neighborhood. And I just wanted to express general concerns. To echo what Lizzie just said, there are absolutely health impacts happening in my household, and I have stopped reporting for the reasons that she just brought up. Couldn't have said it better myself. And then I just wanted to raise the concerns about information, accessibility to information, as well, I guess specifically this methane leak in Anthem. My concern is that I want our citizens of Broomfield to be taken care of and to be protected, and just want you guys to know that, and that we are still thinking about this, even though the complaints aren't showing up like they may have been in the past.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and ask, could somebody from staff, there's 3 issues that were raised. One was on the schedule for extraction. The second was on the health study with with Dr. McKenzie, and the other one was how people can find information, air quality information on methane leaks and those. So who wants to answer those?
We have a presentation on the Davis 43-6 well. I don't know if you want me to run through that now.
No, if you're going to cover it later on, that's fine. Just go ahead.
Okay, yeah. It's the third item. And we have repeatedly, I know from a staff perspective, asked Extraction for a schedule of operations for 2021. To date, they have not provided that to us.
And maybe Nancy can speak as well, because I know she's had some contact. But my understanding is that we've been, and I'm just full disclosure, that it's my understanding, it's in my mind, that the rig will not come to town in 2021, but they do plan on it coming to town in 2022. That was the last thing I heard. It was that, I mean, it was pretty vague along those lines. Has anybody heard anything different?
Nancy, do you want to speak to that?
Yep.
Sure. Mayor, we can't even confirm those dates. The information that we've gotten from Extraction at this point, it is really vague. And as Tammy mentioned, we have been requesting multiple times and are looking at some options related to that. These are ongoing requests to Extraction, and we hope we will get a schedule.
And then I do want to confirm with you, Nancy, that the contract, they have to proceed drilling, which probably spudding is not enough, by December 31st, 2022. So there is a time on that.
That's correct.
Did you want to address the health study? Anybody with Dr. McKenzie? I noticed Megan was on the line. Did you want to address that?
Mayor, I can go ahead and address that.
Yeah.
This is Megan Weisner. The health study is moving forward. We are working through the contract process with CU and the School of Public Health. So we are still on schedule to go ahead and work through the health study in the coming months. And hopefully by the end of summer or early fall, we'll have some results. But it will take a little bit of time getting it together. And right now we're still in those in that contract phase, which hopefully should be wrapped up pretty soon.
Thank you, Megan. I noticed that we have Mark on the line who wants to speak on 4A. Mark, state your full name and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey, good evening, Council. My name is Mark Stussy. I reside in Aspen Creek, and I back up to the Carlson 124 pad. This question is for Tammy. On your first slide, you were talking about accomplishments for 2021 in the first quarter in the decommissioning section. Curious, with the line flow removal from that site, what exactly does that mean? Is this site scheduled for decommissioning, or was it a removal and replacement, like a maintenance situation going on there? That's it.
Thank you for that question. We are not aware that there are plans to plug and abandon that well at this time. We haven't received notice of that. We would receive notice if that is their intention. However, those flow lines, many of those were removed and not abandoned in place. That is, I think, a sign that it may be moving towards plug and abandonment. But I can't definitively say that at this time without the notice.
Okay, we'll move on to questions and comments from city council members. Council, please raise your hand if you, and I'll call upon you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I think it'd be good if Tammy could address the new requirements under the AQCC plan, which requires air quality monitoring, and what's required under that. Is that something you could do right now? Just like what is required by the AQCC for these new wells going forward?
Sure.
And the schedule.
Yes, so that rule does require that operators submit air quality monitoring plans to the AQCC, and we have the opportunity to comment on those air quality monitoring plans. Extraction Oil and Gas had submitted their air quality plans to the the Air Quality Division and to us. So we are currently reviewing those plans. We do intend to make comments on those plans. And we have begun drafting those comments with the help of our air quality scientists. And excuse me, that does have to be done by an operator at least 60 days prior to beginning operations. So again, they've submitted their draft plans and we're reviewing them at this time. And it's for air monitoring on the well pad continuously. That is a new rule.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lim.
Yes. So in response to the residents, there was another resident also from Anthem who wrote in to ask for the extraction schedule and who expressed that they had previously vacated the area during flowback. And Ms. Lario just expressed that she knew people who had done that also. You know, what do we tell these residents that with the idea that we will have 30 days notice, most probably, when we know extraction is coming back to, well, frack, drill, in some combination, depending what pad they start on?
Well, you're absolutely correct that the operator agreement requires a 30-day advance notice for any operation beginning again, whether that be drilling or completions. We have not received that notice yet. We do see, as I just mentioned, they're getting their air quality plans into the state for review, and that has to be done in advance of drilling. Again, we routinely asked extraction for schedule, and they routinely indicate that they do not have a public schedule at this time. I think that's something that we would like to pursue further with them if we have upcoming discussions, and Nancy may want to comment on that.
We are in regular communication with extraction, as everyone on this call and probably watching knows. We're involved in multiple cases with extraction right now. And this is a very common topic about getting this schedule. So we understand Councilmember Lim, the need for the schedule before even the 30-day requirement, so people can make plans if they'd like to make plans. So it is very much a high priority for staff.
Okay, thank you. My other question is about, well, it stems from the recent trigger, but it would go back apparently to the first quarter. So we had a recent trigger at the Livingston pad, which resulted from routine maintenance operations. And in response to some questions I asked about that, the response was that this happens frequently. And it just happened that the wind blew in the right direction, is what it basically said to me. And the air quality monitoring system picked it up this time. So apparently we have these maintenance operations that occur regularly, create emissions that haven't been detected fully. And then there was, so do we have any, we have no ability to track when these maintenance activities are occurring. Is that correct? We receive no notice. There's no notice required ahead of time by extraction that they tell us that they are going to do these maintenance activities.
So if there are planned maintenance activities, Councilmember Lim, we do have a 48-hour advance notice requirement. My understanding about this maintenance activity was it was not planned. The need arose to conduct the particular activity, and our inspector was on site during that activity and observed the process. So there are unplanned maintenance activities that an operator has to go on and take care of when the problem occurs, and that was what this was.
Okay, so we know this maintenance activity then definitely triggered a canister. Has there been any thought, and this was expressed in a resident email also, has there been any thought to trying to track the maintenance activity and then connect it to health impacts? I mean, we may be having health impacts from emissions which are below the guidelines. I mean, we recognize there hasn't been enough study done about health impacts. So and now we have maintenance activity that triggered a canister. Should we be tracking maintenance activity and trying to connect it to the health impacts instead of just where we've tried to connect health impacts to triggered canisters or something like that?
Whenever we're aware of a maintenance activity, and usually we get some advance notice, even if it is same day, our inspectors are on site and they do observe it. And this was a minor leak from a valve. There was an associated trigger at the time of the maintenance activity on one of our sensors, and that is probably our best line of defense for this. Our inspector on site observing the activity, making sure everything is done correctly, and they know what the activity was and documenting that. And then also of course your air monitoring system with the trigger sensors. In this case, in fact, there was a trigger, and so we will have an analysis of this. So.
Okay, I think my point is, in the response about this, it was, well, this maintenance activity goes on all the time. It's just this time the wind blew the right way. It was in the response, and it hit the air quality monitoring sensor, whereas other times it may have occurred and not triggered it. So my question is, in our trying to correlate the health impacts with what's going on at the pad, since we don't have a good idea of what's going on the pad, extraction doesn't disclose that, could we at least try to track the maintenance activity that the inspectors know is going on and correlate it to the health impacts? I think that's a question, I guess, for Megan.
Well,
Megan,
let me just kick that off. I mean, our inspectors document what they see on site, and they documented this maintenance activity. So when we have knowledge of these and we're on site and observe them, there is documentation that we do share with Megan about these processes. So whenever we observe anything on the pad that is out of the ordinary or even routine, and we see, and we always A, check the air quality monitors, and B, share that information with Dr. Weisner. So we do coordinate in that area. And certainly, I guess, if you wanted statistics with regard to any health complaints that came in at the time of maintenance activities, that's something we could attempt to track. Megan, if you agree.
Sure, I'll just add to that. And Tammy's absolutely right. We do, when I look at the health impacts and when I look at the health concerns that come in, I do look at what did the report say from the inspectors that day? What were the activities going on at the pad? I'm part of all that communication with Tammy's team. So I think that the tricky part is, I know the tricky part is that we're not hearing from residents that are experiencing health impacts. And I definitely hear their frustration, and I understand that. So a lot of times there may be an activity, but I haven't heard of any health impacts, or somebody may submit a report and it comes 2 weeks after that activity happened on the pad, which is fine. They can wait and let me know later. So sometimes it's sort of a, I have to go back and look at the data from weeks prior, but that's definitely something that I'm always looking at.
And also, if we have advance notice of maintenance activities, we definitely try to post that if we're aware of it in advance.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Ms. Yelliga, I just wanted to follow up with our conversation last week regarding the noise and how we're going to move forward with that and be ready for when they do come on. I know we're going to get a new consultant, but if we got the 30-day notice tomorrow, will we be ready with our noise consultant to accommodate starting up on operations, or will we be a little out of sync based on where we're at with our new consultant?
No, I think we will be ready to go. Again, we're trying to finalize the plan. It will take, what I will say is it is going to take a short period of baseline for the operations that are starting up. So definitely we would want our new consultant to do baseline tests near the pad when drilling started up. So we want new baselines for each phase of operation. So we're going to need to do some readings there, which will help us when we begin to analyze our ongoing monitoring of sound near the well pads. So that's kind of what we're working on, is a baseline of the equipment for drilling as soon as the pad starts up. That can be as short as a day, but we need a little bit of data for our new contractor to compare with the continuous readings. So
And is there any,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, is there any lead time for the equipment? I know that we had some issues getting the air monitoring equipment in. Is the noise equipment a little easier? So we wouldn't be waiting weeks in order to get equipment in to set up?
Sure, and we're firming up those dates, but our contractor does believe that they can meet those requirements.
Perfect.
Particularly since the air quality plans that Extraction has submit are at least 60 days out from any operations, we will have our plan in place here in the next 10 days. So we should be able to meet those requirements easily.
Great, I appreciate it. That's all I had, Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the update. I wanted to address a question that we received about why we are not having these oil and gas updates in our regular council meetings. And truly it was intended to provide more time for us to ask questions when we moved the oil and gas meetings to a bi-weekly meeting at 3 o'clock on Wednesdays. So these are public and they are noticed, but I know it may not be the most convenient time, but the intention was so that we could devote more time to digging into this issue than our council meetings would allow. We have decided to put it back on the agenda for a quarterly oil and gas update so that there will be a convenient time for people to express concerns. And we will still have the other meetings, but I just wanted people to know what the intention was behind that. And it really was so that we could have more time to ask questions and research. Other than that, I have no questions on this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start off with echoing that from Mayor Pro Tem. I've really enjoyed and appreciated our weekly Wednesday oil and gas meetings, as it provides council more of an in-depth conversation with each other, as well as staff, and to better keep up with the many moving parts that continue to happen, not only on a monthly basis, but really on a weekly basis. So, I really do appreciate those meetings. I hope that we'll continue to move those forward. But with residents asking about this, and we've heard about it for at least the last month, if not a couple months, that residents are wanting these Tuesday night meetings. So I would echo that and support that quarterly Tuesday council meeting update. And so it looks like our next one would probably be about the July or so when we would have the quarter two. So hopefully we can continue with these quarterly meetings on Tuesday council meetings, just so that we can ensure that all of our public has the opportunity to participate and be updated. My questions with this presentation, and one of them kind of tees off to a later topic, but I wanted to ask it now. With the plug and abandoned soil gas testing, what will be the plan and timeline to retest these wells after all the wells have been tested once? So after we go through 100% of these, at what point will we test these again, and what will that timeline look like?
Tammy, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Councilmember Schaaf, so as you know, the builder has agreed to put in a trenching system, which has been recommended by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission's consultant as a solution for subsurface methane that continues to appear in and around the Davis 43-6 well on Grand Peak Way. And so once this trenching system is in place, it is anticipated that we will have to do more testing of the soil in and around the well after that point to see if the system is actually working. At this time, both the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, the builder, and Broomfield have soil gas test sites in and around that well. So we will continue to test those sites after the trench is in place. And I would, we can get more feedback on this during the Davis 43-6 presentation from our consultant, ERO, and perhaps from Mike Hickey, who will be on the line from the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. But we will need, obviously, more than one round of testing, and Broomfield will be looking for the test sites to zero out with little or no readings for over a period of time. So I can't say exactly what that is, and I think the experts might be better equipped to say how long a period of time they think that testing should take.
All right, thanks, Tammy. I appreciate the information on the David 43-6 well, but I guess I'm curious more for all of those plugged and abandoned wells and what that testing is going to look like after they've been tested once originally. So this is
okay. Well, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
David 43-6.
Yes, so we are going to, well, the plan now is, and our program now is set up to test each of the plugged and abandoned wells 2 times a year. Currently, we are only doing this at 46 P&A well sites that are closest to residents. There are a total of 110 plugged and abandoned wells in Broomfield, so we will need to expand our budget in order to test all P&A wells and get them on the biannual testing cycle.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So a question regarding the health complaints data. So, you know, looking at this, not only during our biweekly oil and gas meeting, but again, with this meeting, those health complaints data tends to skew to a younger population. And that kind of jumped out at me finally during your presentation tonight. And I was curious with that, do health effects of oil and gas operations, do those tend to affect younger generations more than older generations, or is that just the data that we have?
Megan?
Councilmember Schaaf, thank you for that question. Let me just repeat back to you. You're wondering if the health impacts are over time, if the data shows it, there's generational impacts. Is that correct? I think that this is still so new that, I mean, I haven't seen any publications that show multi-generational impacts. And, you know, I think that that's something that future studies are going to have to consider and continue to look at. So at the moment, I don't believe there's any studies that address that.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from council? We will move on then to item 4B, which is the first quarter update for Broomfield's air quality monitoring program. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Brent Buck and Dr. Jeff Collette, as well as Dr. Helmig with Boulder Air for this presentation. First up will be Brent Buck from Ajax Analytics and Dr. Jeff Collette from Colorado State University for their presentation. There were 2 slides added to this presentation, I will just note today, and those were with regard to the plume tracker routes that were run to test for ambient methane, which they did not find on Grand Peak Way and in the Anthem Ranch neighborhood. And with that, Brent, I will turn it over to you and Dr. Collette. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Tammy, for the introduction, and council, it's always a pleasure to come back and present our quarterly reports. We'll get started. Next slide, please. Standard topics for today, we'll cover an overview of air monitoring in general, a reminder of what we're doing and why, and then we'll walk through a summary of our findings from the quarter, talk through any interesting events, and get a preview of next quarter. Next slide, please. A reminder of our objectives. Our objectives are to characterize and quantify air contaminants, provide insight regarding emission sources, compare our air quality measurements with standardized health guidelines, and share information with citizens. We also provide air quality information to Broomfield to evaluate against reported health effects. Next slide. So we like to frame air monitoring with this spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, we have no knowledge at all about air quality, no real data, no real understanding. On the other end of the spectrum, we would know, we as scientists, as humans, would know exactly what pollutants were in the air during every second in every cubic meter on Earth. That level of information would open up huge possibilities for science, for public health, for policymakers, and for industrial operations. As scientists, we take measurements and then we extend those measurements with models or intelligent assumptions. And these efforts are usually governed by the resources that we have available. As we make lifestyle changing decisions, industry altering decisions, and public health impacting decisions, we need to move much, much further down the spectrum. Next slide. Which is what we're doing in Broomfield. We are taking more measurements and being able to do more modeling across both time and space. Next. A reminder, there are 3 main steps in the journey from a pollutant emission to personal exposure and health impact. So in that journey, pollutants are emitted from some source. Those pollutants disperse into the air we breathe. And then as humans breathe in those pollutants, they may or may not have some personal reaction. Our Broomfield program bridges the identification of emissions from a targeted source and also extends that monitoring into the community in order to engage the ambient pollutant levels in the neighborhoods and around our public areas. We do not engage in the health impact discussion, though our data can help inform those that do explore toxicology and population health. Next slide. For the program activity summary, this quarter was generally a quiet quarter, as you'll see. We had 7 sites deployed. We had 4 grab and triggered canisters deployed throughout the quarter. The plume tracker did not go out during Q1. It went out late in December and early in April. So we just kind of bridged the quarterly report there. Through the quarter, we collected 77 weekly canister samples and had a 96% sensor network uptime, as well as almost completed our refurbishment and recalibration of all systems. That's now done in Q2. Next slide. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Jeff Collett for our Q1 2021 data summary.
Thank you, Brent, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I'm Jeff Collett from the Atmospheric Science Department at Colorado State University. I'm going to share with you a few highlights of our findings from Q1. Next slide, please. So this first figure is a comparison of our weekly canister data across the 6 monitoring sites that operated in Q1 in Broomfield. Many of you will remember this is a smaller number of sites than we had starting in fall of 2018 through 2020, reflecting the decrease in activity in the current time. Here you can see some of the key air toxic compounds compared against the long-term or chronic health guideline values. And you can see our weekly average in the darker green there, and the weekly maximum concentration measured for each of these air toxic compounds is well below the health guideline value. Next slide, please. This figure shows you the time evolution of VOC concentrations, volatile organics in Broomfield, from the start of our monitoring in October of 2018 through the end of the first quarter of this year. And what you can see here in the blue line is the average of the total VOC concentration measured across our canister sampling network. And then the green line on the bottom and the rust-colored line on the top represent for each week the minimum and the maximum weekly average concentration. And what I'd like to draw your attention to is if we go back to the fourth quarter of 2018, prior to the development of new pads in Broomfield, you see that the gradient from the lowest to the highest concentrations across Broomfield was relatively small. As we moved into the period of pre-production development at the two pads that have undergone development so far, you can see some divergence between those. And typically the highest concentrations in these weeks would be at the sites closer to the pads undergoing pre-production. So the Interchange pad or the Livingston pad. About a year ago, when Livingston went into its closed loop flowback production mode, you notice that this variance across the network drops off considerably and continues up until the first quarter of this year. Note that the variability is not as small as it was prior to the start of development, but it's much closer than what we saw during drilling and fracking stages at both Interchange and Livingston. Next slide, please. Here's a little bit different view of the first quarter data. These are concentrations of several key VOCs in these different panels. And across the bottom, you can see the different sites that we're monitoring. Again, these are weekly canister data, and you're seeing the distributions of concentrations at each site. The main point I would like to make is that the variability that we see is related to the proximity of these monitoring sites to different types of activities. So for example, on the bottom, you notice that the high outliers for ethane, which is generally associated with oil and gas activities, occur at sites that are closer to the oil and gas pads, whether these are sites at Interchange, at Livingston, or in the Anthem and Wildgrass neighborhoods, versus Commons, for example, which you don't see an outlier as high. You can contrast that with the middle panel, which is for benzene in the pink distributions. And here we see the highest outlier is now at Commons for benzene versus the other sites. As you know better than I do, Commons is located further south in Broomfield. It's closer to some of the heavily trafficked roads. Traffic and combustion sources in general are also important sources of benzene. And so it's not surprising that we see a bit higher readings sometimes at Commons than we do at the sites close to the oil and gas pads. Next slide, please. We have in the Soaring Eagle trailer that's operated by Boulder Air, a proton transfer reaction mass spectrometer. As a reminder, this instrument is measuring approximately every 90 seconds the concentrations of key air toxics like benzene and toluene. Here you can see the first quarter data, and on the left for those species, and on the right, you can again see the distributions of these concentrations. Many of you will recall in the fall, we saw some fairly high benzene concentrations and high benzene to toluene ratios in some plumes coming across the Soaring Eagle trailer. As I think Dr. Helmig will show you, these events have largely disappeared. We say that in these data as well. We do have some short periods of elevated benzene and toluene and these more complex aromatic compounds in the bottom figure. They tend to be quite short, as Tammy mentioned, a few minutes in duration, sometimes only 1 or 2 minutes in duration. Some of these are associated with an air mass with an oil and gas signature, and some appear more like perhaps local traffic emissions affecting this monitoring site. Next slide, please. So these next two slides, as Tammy mentioned, were added into the packet today. These represent the plume tracker drives that occurred just before the start of Q1. And then in the next slide, I'll show you one on April 2nd, just after the conclusion of quarter one. Many of you know that we have been seeing evidence. Go back one slide, please. have been seeing evidence of methane plumes coming from the north. So one purpose of these plume tracker outings was to look at the distribution of methane in Broomfield and moving north of Broomfield up towards Erie. These first two plots show in the colored drive trace the concentration of methane in parts per billion. The color scale is on the right. In the left panel goes up to 24,000 parts per billion or 24 parts per million. In the right figure, up to nearly 40,000 parts per billion. You can see that the highest methane concentrations on both of these drives were in this region north of Broomfield, in this area bounded by Weld County roads 4, 5, 6, and 7. The aerial view is illustrated at the right there of this sort of box that the arrow points to, where we're seeing the highest concentrations. Within that source box is the Front Range landfill and also the Coyote Trails well pad. And based on the VOC signatures, we think in different situations, we are seeing influence from the landfill and at other times plumes coming off of the well pad. Next slide, please. This slide, let me begin by pointing out these labels were inadvertently switched in finalizing the slide. So the Davis 43-6 air monitoring part of the drive was this, should be labeled the circle to the right there, and the El Diente drive, the circle to the left. This is a drive on April 2nd where we again went up to the north, and you can see some elevated methane concentrations again near the landfill and the Coyote Trails pad. This time only going up to 8,000 parts per billion or 8 parts per million. So quite a bit lower than we saw in the December drives, but definitely well above background. What I want to draw your attention to, though, are these drives down in Broomfield. One goal of this outing with the plume tracker was to look near the Davis 43-6 well to see if we saw methane in the air. And you can see as we went down Grand Peak Way and in that general area that we are very close to the background concentrations that we saw throughout most of Broomfield on this drive. The west circle corresponds to El Diente Drive. This is close to the area where this aerial survey earlier revealed a methane plume, thought to perhaps be associated with an old coal seam. We also did not see any increase in methane as we drove through the neighborhood close to that location on this date, April 2nd as well. Next slide, please. So let me turn things back to Brent to wrap up.
Thank you, Jeff. Next slide, please. We'll wrap up with a little bit of expectation. We don't really know what we're going to see, but as it stands, we're projecting Q2 to be very similar to the first quarter, assuming nothing changes. What that means is that we'll probably continue to see that variable background with those small background increases coming from the north, those oil and gas and methane plumes that the plume tracker was hunting. And we'll also probably see some gentle background level increases from the south as summer traffic increases in the metro areas. We will continue to watch for and possibly detect some pad-related emission events. We already had one triggered canister in the quarter. And we will continue the plume tracker deployments to try to understand more about how some of these emissions are migrating through Broomfield and where they might be coming from in the north. We are prepared and may possibly need to respond to any increased extraction pad activities. As soon as we have that notice, we are prepared to fire up and get some monitoring around those new well pad sites. With that, I believe we are complete. So we'll be ready to answer questions when the time comes. Thank you.
Tammy, I presume we're going to go to Detlef next.
Yes. So Dr. Helmig is on from Boulder Air, and he will provide his summary now. Thank you, Detlef.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Thanks again for having me here on the call. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Good. So I will mostly focus on the observations from the Soaring Eagle Park. Nice winter day here, as you can see. Let's see if it's over. Good. A few new site developments that I'm summarizing here. The Soaring Eagle Park monitoring has kind of become a hub of measurements now, besides the originally implemented monitoring in the trailer from our group that's here in red. So it's a big package with ozone, methane, nitrogen oxides, hydrogen sulfide, volatile organic compounds, particles, meteorology, webcam. It houses, we just heard, the CSU monitoring of these aromatic compounds or BTECs. Then Ajax is on the right with their APIS sensors and the trigger canisters. On the back side now, the picture on the right shows that there's two visitors, so to speak, who've joined us to develop and test their instrumentation. One is assisted by 2B Technologies, or this is a smaller sensor system that measures ozone, particulates, PM, that's particulates, CO2, and also nitrogen oxides. And then on top of the tower, there's another sensor system from EarthView that we're testing measurements for methane. So it's sort of become a hub for atmospheric air quality observations over the last year. So let's look at some data from Q1. This compares over the 90 days. We have the monitoring results for methane, and there are 3 different colors here. The data from the Soaring Eagle side are in green, and they are compared with the data from the Boda Reservoir in blue, and the data from the Longmont Municipal Airport in red. What this nicely shows is how spikier the data are from the Soaring Eagle side compared to those 2 other locations. So we see more spikes, we see the spikes go to higher concentrations. So it's an indication that that area is subjected to methane sources nearby, more so for sure than these 2 other comparison sites. So it is a pretty active site in terms of being subjected by methane plumes. So we've presented this before, and we heard about this in the prior presentation already, but I want to show you here another nice set of data that provides us some insight where this may be coming from. So I've zoomed into this record now. These are just now 2 days, and the top trace methane measurements from Soaring Eagle. And you can see how in the middle there were several plumes. It went up and down for half a day. The methane went from the background, which is close to 2,000 to 2,600 or so, maybe 20 times or something. So we see this very, very frequently. Below now is the wind direction, and that's on a scale of 0 to 360. So that's in degree, and 0 is north, and 360 is north again. 180 would be south. So what I want to point out with this is that, you know, when these plumes occurred, when we observed these, the winds were pretty steady from the north, you know, right, wiggling around maybe 200, 350 to plus 20 or 30, very consistent winds from the north. So there's a very clear indication, you know, this is predominantly coming from the north, very clear that when the winds shift, we don't see this abundance and frequency of these spikes. The lower trace shows the wind speed. Now you can see, you know, when these events happened, it was relatively moderate. Wind speeds 1 meter, 2 meters per second. Then you got windier on the second day. See how the winds go up and the plumes disappeared. So when it gets windier, they get mixed more, dilute quicker, and these concentrations go down. But it's very, very clear indication where this is coming from. And I've kind of averaged over the wind directions we observed when these spikes occurred. So that gives us, you know, kind of this red sector as our primary suspected target area from where we think these methane spikes come. And it's really beautiful to have this consistency between the plume tracker measurements and what we see here with the station stationary measurement. So it's a very nicely developing story with a conclusion that we're assembling where this primary source for these methane plumes is. So next topic, this follows up on observations we reported in the last 2 quarters where we had these very unusual spikes in acetylene that went ways over the background. The background in acetylene is something like 0.2, 0.5 parts per billion. And last late summer to the fall, we had these spikes that went, 1,000 times above the background. And we saw that both at Soaring Eagle and at the Livingston site. And we reported that last time already, that by mid-October, they all of a sudden seem to disappear. And so we have added to this record here. Now it's running all the way through April. And you can see that disappearance continued. So we think that these emissions that contributed to these spikes in the acetylene, they're mostly gone. It's much quieter. We're now much more in line with the levels we see at these other sites we operate. So it looks like, that bringing attention to this has had the benefit that the emission was identified and was probably stopped and addressed. And that continues. So it's very nice to see this change. I'm looking now at ethane. So ethane is our primary oil and gas tracer, again, very selective compounds. And the background, if you go up to Netherlands peak-to-peak highway, it would be 2 parts per billion. Down here in the plains, we have, much more ethane, very spiky. Levels over 100 are quite significant, and we saw several of those events. One at Livingston and 3 over 100 at Soaring Eagle. So we looked at those. Where did they come from? So here are the shaded areas show the wind direction that was associated to these 4 highest ethane events that were all higher than what we've ever seen at the Boulder Reservoir. So these were pretty significant ethane events. So it seems like there were probably 2 different source regions, one to the south and then one to the northwest for these oil and gas plumes. So now this is a somewhat different topic, but very, very remarkable. What happened in March here over almost like a 4 or 5 days period. What I'm showing here is actually a longer record from when we started monitoring. Goes back to April 2020, all the way to the end of March. It shows on top the ozone results, and in this case, it's the 8-hour averaged ozone, so we can relate that to the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. That's again the dotted line. And the bottom one are the small particles, the PM2.5 results. So we've talked about this before. Last summer, we had several high ozone days, and on the order of 20 was somewhat concerning. And some of them overlapped with the days where we had these wildfire smoke plumes go through. But then it tapered down and it was much, much cleaner. Ozone isn't produced as much in the winter. You can see how ozone came down, and similar, the particles came down as well. So other than these smoke events and the summer ozone, it was pretty moderate throughout the winter. And then something happened here in the middle of March that's extremely, extremely unusual. We had high ozone that rivaled the high levels we saw last summer. If you look to the very, very right of this record, it went way over 80 parts per billion. And at the same time, we had particles get very high, even higher than what we had last summer when we had these crazy wildfire smoke days here. And, we didn't want to go outside. It was so dirty air. So let's look at this a little bit more, how unusual this was. So we did a little bit of history work here. It's a somewhat unusual slide. What this shows is from top to bottom, 20 years, from 2001 to 2021, the daily ozone max in the color scale, and at the bottom you see the days of the month. So it's pretty much all the March days at the Boulder station over the last 20 years. So you can see, most years ozone was, yellowish, greenish, low. There were a few high days. You go to the very, very bottom, that's the ozone from this year, March 2021, and you can see all that red there. How red it was, how high ozone was, higher than what we've seen in the last 20 years in the region. And also this episode, how long this high ozone lasted, 6-7 days here, was higher than what we've ever seen before during the month of ozone here in this area. And we looked at the February data and the January data as well, and that's very, very similar. So this 1 week we had there is the highest, most polluted ozone event we've had in the records that we've been able to look at so far. This shows how the ozone in the Front Range compared with monitoring results across the EPA network. This is for March 20th. So these are the 8-hour ozone maximum all across the United States. And you can see in the middle there, the orange, yellow, and red. These are the data that came in from the larger Denver area. And so during those days, ozone was highest in this region here, indicating that we had the poorest air quality across the whole nation on those days. This zooms into this data some more. It shows, besides the ozone and the particles again at the bottom, it's Soaring Eagle in green. It shows the data from 3 of these other sites where we all monitor these variables. So what I want to point out is, how dynamic the ozone is. Same as in the summer, it went up and down, and it kind of bounced up. You can see it March 18th, just hitting 70, and then the 19th, it got a little bit higher, and then it was the 20th, it got higher again, and then it flattened out again. While the ozone has this very dynamic up and down every day, the particles don't. They were high and they stayed high through the night over this 3 days window. And in the comparison here, you see that the Soaring Eagle particulates results were higher than what was seen at the Union Reservoir, which are the purple data. This is then the data average to the running mean 8-hour to compare it with the standard metric, with the air quality standard. So you can see there was 1 exceedance days at Broomfield, Soaring Eagle, and the Boulder Reservoir, and there were 2 exceedance days of the standard at the 2 Longmont sites on the March 20th. And this is the regulatory metric for the particles, which is averaged over 24 hours, so it really smooths the record out. But if you do this calculation, you end up with 3 exceedance days of the air quality standard, both in Longmont and at Soaring Eagle, with the values at Soaring Eagle being well a factor of 2 above the standard. This looks at the particles at the bottom. And what we did here is we pulled out the webcam images. It doesn't quite show that great, but I actually remember how hazy it was. We're looking here in the afternoon, kind of into the sun, but on the right side, you can see this grayish, brownish haziness in the sky. So this was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on March 19th when we had that smog, and the arrow points to the data at the time. And then we pulled out a comparison day when the air was clean. And that's on the left side, taken at the same time of day. So you can see the sky is much bluer, cleaner air, clear view against that haziness when the particles were so high in the right picture. Okay, then we looked at, where did this air come from? What happened? What was very interesting and notable is that during those 3 days, and that's shown here at the top, the wind speed, and the bottom, the wind direction. And these are the records overlaid from 4 of these sites, which are actually very consistent, which is amazing. They're spread over 20 miles or something. And they both show that in the afternoon, it got a little bit windier. That's on the top. Winds picked up, so there was some air transferred. And at the bottom, you see the wind direction, that for all these sides, the flow was mostly from the northeast. So values between 0 and 90, which is mostly from the northeast. So if you put a sector on this wind direction data into a sector, going back from where this high ozone and high particle air ended up, which was at Soaring Eagle, which is the dot here. And this is roughly the sector from where this polluted air was transported. And you've seen this map before. I then also put the oil and gas well locations on here, and it shows, there's quite a remarkable overlap between those footprints. And that actually then nicely also agrees with this analysis we just finished 50 minutes ago. Just added this slide. I think it's beautiful. This shows not just the Broomfield data. So the Broomfield data, it's at one dot right above Broomfield. But then we pulled in all other ozone data we could find for March 19th on the left and March 20th on the right. And it shows in the Scalar scale the maximum ozone you had on these days. Includes mostly data from CDPHE, but also from the National Park Service in Rocky Mountain National Park. So you can see that on the 19th, the highest ozone was observed at Platteville. I think it was 89 parts per billion for the 8-hour mean. Very, very high ozone. Rarely get this in the middle of the summer. And then our two Longmont sites were second. They also were above the standard. And then on the next day, on the 20th, you can see that this high ozone area moved down a little bit. It had expanded. It was a larger region, and it came down to the Broomfield sites. Broomfield now is also red. And remember, I mentioned that the standard was exceeded. But remarkably, Denver, inner city, South Denver, west of Denver, those are all blue and green. Ozone there was moderate, did not exceed the standard. So the locations where the ozone standard was exceeded were mostly towards the north of the Denver metro area and east of the foothills. So this is very consistent with that wind direction analysis I showed in the previous slides. And that's my last slide. So thanks for your interest in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helmig. And then we have one more presentation on this item, Mayor, and that's from Megan Weisner from our Public Health Department.
Thank you, Tammy. And good evening once again. I've got just a couple of slides that I'd like to present to everybody, an overview of the Q1 2021 symptom data reported by Broomfield residents. So this is for the period of January 1st through March 31st. So if you just take a look at this graph right in front of you, we've got the top 5 symptoms reported by all ages. And within the graph, it is broken down by ages as well. So you can see that nosebleed continues to be of primary concern. So we saw 15 symptoms related to nosebleed, eye irritation, headaches, difficulty sleeping, and throat irritation as the top 5 symptoms reported. A total of 20 health concerns were submitted by 12 unique individuals. So 20 health concern forms were submitted, and the total number of individuals that reported is 12. So some individuals filed multiple times, which is good, and we do encourage that. 34 health symptoms were reported by these 12 individuals. And in Q1, that's for all of Q1. So this is down considerably from Q4 of 2020, where we saw 72 health symptoms reported. And 25% or 3 unique individuals have seen a physician about their symptoms. Next slide, please. So if you go ahead and take a look at the graph on your right, this shows, I broke down the nosebleed data because I know this is of significant interest to our residents and our council members. So if we take a look at this graph, the orange bars show the number of unique individuals that reported a nosebleed per week. So For January, from the week of January 1st to January 7th, 2 unique individuals reported a nosebleed. And if you take a look at the line graph, that blue line shows that the number of nosebleeds reported for that first week in January was 7. So 7 nosebleeds were reported from 2 unique individuals. And I think that that's an important thing to understand when we are looking at this data. So this graph is showing us the comparison between the reported number of nosebleeds by unique individual, as well as by the number of nosebleeds, and then air quality events per week. So I just marked little green dots where we had some noteworthy air quality events. So March 1st, we saw a BTEX plume recorded by the PTRMS. So I put a green dot in that week. And you can see what we're doing is just an exploratory analysis here. This is not a correlation analysis, but we're trying to see, do we see an increase in nosebleeds on the weeks where we're having some sort of air quality event or issue? And then as Dr. Helmig just stated, March 19th and 20th, we saw very high ozone in PM 2.5, which actually began before March 19th. I think it was closer to March 16th, 17th, 18th. I think we also saw high ozone and into the 21st. So that week was a really remarkable air quality week, as discussed by Dr. Helmig. Again, we really didn't see many nosebleeds reported that week. And then March 25th, we saw an elevated toluene reading greater than 10 parts per billion recorded by the PTRMS. And I do want to say that when, there's a lot of things to consider. Ideally in a perfect world, we would say, oh, hey, we can see, there's these trends in the data when there's an air quality event happening. But of course, we don't know if somebody's standing outside, if they have a sensitivity to whatever's in that plume, if they breathed it in, were they inside, were they outside, where was the wind blowing? So there's a lot of things to take into consideration, which I could explore further if we had a lot of symptom data to take a look at and dive into. So as of right now, there's not a lot of data, and we don't see a clear pattern in the relationship between the number of nosebleeds or number of unique individuals that experienced a nosebleed and air quality events. Next slide, please. So our key takeaways for Q1 2021 is that a small number of unique individuals, 12, reported health symptoms. And during this time, we have 60 wells in Broomfield that are in the production phase, including Livingston and Interchange B. And additionally, I wanted to add this piece in, since we often focus on Livingston and Interchange B. I did want to say there's also approximately 100 wells throughout Broomfield that are plugged and abandoned. Northwest Parkway A and B, United, and Interchange A pads are not actively producing. The top 3 symptoms reported in Q1 were nosebleeds, eye irritation, and headaches. And 44% of all symptoms reported in Q1 were nosebleeds. And lastly, the number of reported symptoms in Q1 was 34, and that decreased considerably from Q4 of 2020, which was 72. So the overall number of health concerns submitted in Q1 was 20 concerns were filed, and that remains quite low. So that's all I have for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tammy. That completes the presentations on air quality.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we'll go to public comments, and we have 3 people in the queue. Kristen, please state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Kristen?
Hi, sorry, I think I was muted. Can you hear me now?
We can't.
Perfect. This is Kristen Logan. I'm calling from Anthem Highland. And I want to thank the council, Devin, everyone who brought this meeting forward, because this is not only informative, but it's great being able to have time to engage on multiple topics. This is really refreshing. So thank you, everyone. I wanted to call in about the health impacts. And the thing that struck me the most watching these 2 presentations that we just saw back to back, starting with the air quality, moving into the health impacts. I know that there's not a lot of data and everyone's having a hard time making any correlations, but I'm going to go ahead and put something out there. The air quality monitoring spoke specifically of a large number of I don't want to necessarily say they were all spikes. Some were, some weren't. But there was a lot more activity in Q4, and the amount of activity decreased in Q1. And if anybody's been following this as closely as I have, this is something that's really important. Because if you watch the Boulder Air from Q4, it's like a Richter scale. It's going up and down, and there was so much activity. In Q1, there became patterns of relative quiet where everything is flat. And then there's a random spike, then everything was flat. So the situation that we saw changed from Q4 to Q1. And I think it's really interesting to note that as everybody here has just presented, the amount of health complaints has dropped dramatically between Q4 and Q1. So if this is not something that's on everyone's radar, it should be. If this is not something that people are looking into more closely, you need to be. In addition, I want to second what Lizzie Lario said earlier about people reporting health complaints. Neighbors do make comments about having nosebleeds, other issues, other problems when we're in conversations, texting, and I ask if they're reporting, and the response is, well, I did it first. But then they told me there's no way to correlate anything, and I was pretty much brushed off and dismissed, so what's the point? So my advice to everyone who's collecting this data and interacting with people, if you want to have people report and continue to report, make the people feel validated, make them feel heard, and make them feel that them taking the time to report is not a waste of time. Because when you say to someone over and over again, well, wow, there's no way to correlate this, or wow, people get nosebleeds, or this is a dry climate, you really are actually discouraging people from giving you the information that you're saying that you want. So I hope that you take that feedback to heart and maybe change the way that you're engaging with people making complaints, and you might be surprised on what you find. So thank you again for your time. I truly appreciate it, and thanks for hanging in there with me with health impacts that my family is dealing with on a somewhat regular basis. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kristen. Nancy, you're next. Please state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hey there, can you hear me all right?
We can hear you perfectly.
Excellent. So hi, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and hi to Mayor Twin. I know Marnie, she's rad, and thank you, Council, and everybody else. So I just wanted to echo the first group of citizens there, what they said about just more monitoring of fracking and the wells and the methane leaks and all that good stuff, or bad stuff. To me, I'm a solid advocate for the environment, and I've lived in LA, I've lived in San Diego, I've lived in Utah. Salt Lake City has terrible air quality, and I'm seeing some of those trends here, and from Salt Lake to here, and it's because the air gets trapped. And I just mostly wanted to know, kind of like what's the plan? What's the plan when the levels do get high? And I know we're experimenting, but I think we know fully well what air pollution does, and I know we're relying on our citizens right now. So just one suggestion maybe would be to get a little ad campaign or something. But regardless, I have kids that go all over the place, Anthem, and spend a lot of time in Wildgrass and all the and in Boulder as well. I work there. So I just wanted to put on record that I want to see just some action, maybe a little more like, when the air quality does stink, is there something on the local level that is being done to just let our citizens know, and then let them know that we have a say, I guess. My son gets nosebleeds, my coworkers get nosebleeds really often, and I have asthma, allergy, blah, blah, blah. So we are affected for sure. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I really do hope that we get solid data and have some action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Kathy, you're next. State your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Kathy Bogart, North Star Estates, and I'm calling in on health effects of all of this. So I noticed, and you guys can go back and do this on your PC, and I use Google, you can use Bing or whatever. I think Bing returns a lot more results than Google does. So if you do a search for negative health effects of living close to oil and gas, I got 107 million coming back with Google. So that's, and those are reports and studies. So if you whack or get rid of 90% of those, you still have over 10 million studies that are showing negative health effects of living close to oil and gas. And we're going to be very close to the activities going on at Northwest and United. So with 10 million studies out there, I'm kind of concerned. There seems to be people at Broomfield are waiting for this Dr. McKenzie report to come out, and she does really good work. But it always seems like you're waiting for a report to come out. I've heard this over and over and over again. It's a trend, as if something's going to change, as if we can get rid of the citizens if we keep telling them we're waiting for this report to come out. When there's 100 million reports out there already, and if you get rid of 90% of them, there's still 10 million reports. So is there anyone in Broomfield that can tell us our health is not affected when we're this close to all these wells that are coming in and are in? I don't think so. And then I also, I do have negative health effects of living close to these wells. I'm not so concerned about coughing or itchy eyes, that sort of thing. I am concerned, and I think most of my neighbors are concerned about long-term health effects like cancer, like heart disease, and things like that. I don't think your public health department does anything, any attempt to kind of capture that. But that is what people's, real concerns are, the long-term health effects. So I'm also noticing kind of a disturbing trend. There does seem to be this kind of correlation, nosebleeds, higher levels of things in the air, but yet Broomfield seems to be very shy about even approaching that and even putting something tentative together. And you're gathering data. So early on, I did submit a lot of healthcare health effects, but I was kind of put off by the department because of the way things went. So I'll just leave it at that. So the people that live around Northwest pads and the United pads, we want to know if we're going to get the full complement of the air monitoring program, including Dr. Detlov's work, so that we know what's happening to us and our air quality out here. Because there's concern. How do you deal with 10 million? And that's only 10% of the reports and studies out there. Is there anyone in Broomfield that can tell me I shouldn't be worried? We shouldn't be
Kathy,
worried?
your time is up. Let's try to get some answers.
Okay.
So thank you,
All right.
Kathy. The point of tonight is to be somewhat interactive. There were several questions that were put out there, both on what we do and we hear about air spiking, and then also the monitoring or the air quality monitoring that we're going to do at the United and other sites. So I presume Megan and Tammy, you want to go first, or?
Sure, I'll go first. One of the speakers asked if this air quality data is available to the public and where they can see it. And on Broomfield's oil and gas webpage, if you click on air quality, there are public databases from both Boulder Air and from Ajax Analytics, and you can find links to those. And that data is pretty much real time, and you can monitor it there for yourself, including ozone readings from Boulder Air's website. So I wanted to make sure that you knew that. In terms of Ms. Bogart's question regarding the air quality program, when the United
Oops.
Can you still hear me, Mayor?
You froze for a second, and you never know if it's you or the speaker, but I think you froze for a second. So
okay, and in terms of the air quality monitoring program, coming back to the area around the Northwest pad, when that starts up again, yes, we will have sensors and trigger canisters in place for coverage at the Northwest pads and at the United pads.
Megan, do you want to address the correlations and
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I can go ahead and address some of Ms. Bogart's concerns. So in regards to the studies that are done around oil and gas, what we look at are the peer-reviewed scientific studies. So these are the studies that carry the most weight. They've been reviewed by the scientific community, by other professors and people that have doctoral degrees. And we take a look at these studies and we see, what are the pros, what are the cons, how can we take pieces from these studies and apply it to what we're looking at here in Broomfield, because we're our own unique situation here, just like Southwest Pennsylvania is, just like certain parts of Texas have their own types of operations, their own different types of air parameters. There's a lot of different situations depending on your geography. So when one study is done in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's applicable to Broomfield, to exactly what we're dealing with here. So I just want to say that we do stay on top of all the scientific peer-reviewed public publications that are coming out. That is something that I spend a great deal of time doing. So when I look at our health concerns that come in from residents here, I look at that in comparison to some of the air quality events that we see and that I showed tonight and presented tonight. So the study that we are doing with Dr. McKenzie and CU Denver, we are working to enhance our data collection because we are not seeing residents report their health concerns. And I totally understand that it's time consuming, it's frustrating, things aren't happening fast enough. But in the epidemiology world, we look at population health. So we need to understand the population health of Broomfield and what are the impacts near oil and gas versus away from oil and gas. And that's something that this enhanced data collection is going to take a look at with Dr. McKenzie. We're doing it in a way that's ethical. We're doing it in a way that is very thought-provoking. And I know it's frustrating, it takes time, but we're doing it right. And whatever the results show, the community will absolutely be a part of that. We will be fully transparent in this process. So I just want to ensure that the residents will hear from us on this.
Okay, so let's go to questions and comments from City Council. Council? Councilmember Lim?
Yes, I think there was a question that another resident asked that could be addressed. Nancy asked, is there anything we can do at the local level when we have regional problems with air quality? So I heard her ask that question. I don't think that was addressed. My thoughts went to what is in our regs now, I guess, with oil and gas operations on air quality exceedance days, and as opposed to what isn't in our operator agreement. So does Tammy want to explain that? Or I think that may address part of her question.
I need a moment to pull up that regulation and maybe Nancy can work with me on that and make sure I quote that correctly. So if you want to go to another question, I will get that, Jean.
Okay. My other question, okay. Well, this is probably Tammy answering it too, though. For those who are new to this conversation, so the scientists pointed to the landfill in Erie as, in addition to the Coyote pad, as a source of the methane plumes that we're seeing coming from the north. And so for those of people who are listening who are new to this conversation, we've discussed it in bi-weekly meetings, but what is unique about what's being dumped in the Erie landfill that's likely causing the methane plumes? Tammy?
So yes, we have had methane spikes recorded at our stationary station at Soaring Eagle Park. They are coming when the meteorology shows us that wind is coming from the north. We have done a plume tracker run, and I believe Dr. Helmig is still on, and Brent, if they want to comment on this. But what that run has shown and what was presented in their report was that there are two locations up there that are possible sources of this methane. One is the Coyote Trails pad, which is outside of Broomfield, but adjacent to us on the northern border. Does not have all of the same best management practices that are on the extraction pads in Broomfield. Another possible source is the landfill to the north of us. We do know that many operators take drill cuttings to that landfill, and they're typically spread out over a land area at the landfill. So we think those are two possible sources, and the landfill looks to be a more likely source on many occasions.
And Tammy, and this is another part of past conversations, but maybe worth new people hearing is, can we do anything in Broomfield to alleviate what's coming from the north, that they're dumping land, drill cuttings or anything like that?
Well, we do want to take some time to potentially pursue that more with the state agency that regulates the landfill. But in terms of emissions that come into our community from the north, there aren't a lot of remedies that I'm aware of.
Okay. Is that entering, is the excessive methane that's coming from the north entering into your conversations at all with Erie in conjunction with your joint discussion on the Coslet East pad that's being proposed not too far from there?
Yes, so Erie, we have shared the documentation we have coming from that area with Erie, and the town of Erie is joining us in commenting to the COGCC and to Crestone with regard to air quality issues we're experiencing in Broomfield coming from the north. We already have sources and spikes coming from that area, and we think it is, when we share this data, will be one of our strongest arguments for the best management practices that we can have at this pad just to our north. So we will be pursuing as many best management practices as we can that we have shown to be effective here in Broomfield, and that will help mitigate emissions from that new pad.
Okay, thank you. Has there been conversation about, this gets ahead to the Davis 43.6, but it's connected to the plume tracker that they were just talking about. Have there been conversations about running the plume tracker once the trench is in place at Davis 43.6?
So yes, we have run it up Grand Peak Way already, and we did not have any ambient methane readings of concern during that run that Dr. Collette just reported upon. We will be running the plume tracker again in that area and after the trench system is in place. But so far, we haven't seen any ambient readings of methane of concern in the area of the Davis 43.6 well.
And then I had a follow-up question to how you address that everyone will be ready to move to the northwest, the scientific air quality monitoring equipment will be ready to move to the northwest and United. Are we moving the secondary Boulder Air Station to the northwest and United area? You didn't mention that. You mentioned the sensors and the air quality canisters.
Yes, so definitely we'll have sensor systems in and around these pads with trigger canisters. We also are completely set up for the trailer to be located on the open space just south of the northwest pads. And I would want to discuss this with the scientists and see what they think is best, but we could have the Dr. Helmig's trailer that is currently west of the Livingston pad move to that location for some real-time reference grade readings just south of the northwest and United pads.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, I write names down as you know, as hands get raised and sometimes get moved around. Lori, did you have questions? You had your hand up at one point in time.
Yes, I do have questions, and I thought nobody else would raise their hand, but I was on the wrong screen. So yeah, I'm ready.
So I had you listed. So go ahead, Lori. I have you, and then I have Kim next, or Councilmember Grove next, and then Councilmember Schaaf. Those are the ones I read them on my little pad here. So go ahead.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lim covered a couple of my main questions here, but I do want to reiterate a couple of things as our residents are listening. And this concern that individuals are not reporting because they do not know if their health symptoms are related to the oil and gas development, although they suspect it. And I think it'd be good if Dr. Wiesner could just again discuss that. Like if you're experiencing something, there have been interesting things that people have noted up here, from autoimmune diseases to going beyond the nosebleeds. And if you have something that things that are occurring that you and your neighbors are noticing, or that you yourself is noticing your family, things that are occurring now that did not occur before oil and gas development, but you're not definitively sure that it came from the oil and gas development, is it okay to report that and to note that? I think that's a really critical piece, that to not be afraid to report it.
Councilmember Anderson, yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's a very important point. And you don't have to know where your symptoms are coming from. You don't need to know what the cause is. That's up to us. We can. That's what we're looking at when we're looking at population health databases. Are there trends and are there patterns? So if you feel like something is unusual and you're not feeling well, or if you're experiencing a new symptom or a new medical diagnosis, please, absolutely, if you're comfortable, please feel free to share that with us. And you can file as many times as you like. You can request for me to call you. You can say, please don't call me. Whatever you'd like, you can just indicate right on the form. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, thank you. And then when the study gets underway, the community-based health study, that's going to target specific homes. And will there be any indication to the neighborhood that the community that's going on that would also perhaps kind of bring that awareness to report, or will only the people that are being randomly selected know that study is going on?
That's also another good question. Thank you for that. So when we get going with this study, and first the study needs to go through the Institutional Review Board at the University of Colorado. And that just means that we are going to get approval that we are doing this ethically, and that will carry more weight with this study if we go to publish these results. So we will target randomly selected households, and we will go to them with a survey. However, before we do something like that, Dr. McKenzie and I did discuss about holding some community meetings, so that we're informing the communities that, hey, you may get one of these surveys in the mail, you may not, but we encourage you to take it if you do get one in the mail. The concern system we have in place right now, that's going to stay the same. So whatever data that we have there, that's still really beneficial to us. If you do not receive the survey to your home, we will give them instructions for, please, if you'd like to report, continue to use our concern line.
Okay, thank you. And I think that information to the community will also help to kind of re-engage. And I know when the time comes that, as we draw closer to the development, the Northwest Patent United, I do think that will also kind of re-engage some residents. But okay, and then I do have a question on so we did the plume tracker run through up to Graham's Peak Way, and at this point in time, we're not seeing high levels of methane. And I think this is a question for Tammy. But if we had done that, it's been over a year since this, first started venting, and this is I think you can definitively answer this question. But had we done would we have expected that the highest rate of methane venting would have occurred months ago, a year ago? I don't think we don't really have that data, right? And that I would personally suspect that it would have decreased, but would that kind of be the intuition that we're going on, is that the rate of methane coming off that site is much lower now than it once was?
Well, I don't think I can comment on that. I think in our next item, we certainly should talk with our experts that are on the panel there, but we have not been aware of any, ambient methane readings of concern that we've seen, that we can, again, attach to the meteorology and say, yes, that's coming from that area. But you're right, we didn't do plume tracker runs up Grand Peak Way early on. But all information we've had from the COGCC is this is not an ambient issue. Certainly they had 4 gas meters and other equipment out there when they were doing the work, and have taken some ambient readings in the area, but it has never been an ambient issue to my knowledge.
Oh, right, the monitors, like the monitor at Thunder Vista, out front of Thunder Vista, did not pick up the trigger canisters, or that we didn't see it at Soaring Eagle. Like if it was significantly higher, we would have picked it up at one of those locations. Okay. And then my last point here is just a comment. As we continue to consider this information, these health guidelines, we see that we're not the data is not going above the health guidelines, and this is also the levels are lower now than they were during the pre-production activities. But it's still important to remember that we do not have the studies that show the health impacts when individuals are exposed to multiple chemicals, and what the health guidelines would be when the cocktail of chemicals were considered, or how particulate matter and ozone, combined with that would impact it. And that data, toxicology data at the state, is still a long ways off, and we will continue to learn more. So we can only use that health guideline for individual chemicals and not understanding the whole combined effect. So I will leave it at that, and I very much appreciate these updates. Thank you.
And I do have the answer to Councilmember Lim's question here with regard to what we will require of operators under our new regulations on high ozone days. And I'll probably just read through this. The operator shall implement an emission reduction measures to respond to air quality action days advisories posted at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment for the Front Range area, including minimizing vehicle and engine idling, reducing truck traffic and worker traffic, delaying vehicle refueling, suspending or delaying use of fossil fuel powered ancillary equipment, postponing construction activities, postponing maintenance activities. Within 30 days following the conclusion of each air quality action day, the operator shall submit a report which details those measures which it took. So we have specific requirements on for oil and gas operators on air quality action days in our new regulations. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Grom.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim asked a lot of the questions that I wanted to inquire about regarding the landfill. But just to take it one little step further, I know a lot of times we're able to decipher what is the difference between one air measurement and another. But we are actually seeing whatever's coming or potentially coming off of the landfill is oil and gas that is identical to what we would be seeing off of our operations. Yeah. Is that a true statement? And if it is there any way we can decipher what's coming off of the methane coming off of the landfill versus our sites?
Dr. Collette.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address this. The first thing I wanted to mention is that landfills themselves can be large sources of methane. So
Sure.
The fact that there are drill cuttings being spread there does not mean that the methane is coming from the drill cuttings. In fact, we don't see elevated ethane or propane or other light alkanes that are signatures of oil and gas in some of those plumes. So Councilmember Groom, you're exactly right that we can look at the signatures of the VOCs when we are in those methane plumes and try and determine whether they're coming from the landfill or from a true, more typical oil and gas operation. What does complicate things, as Councilmember Lim pointed out, is that there are some oil and gas related compounds associated with the landfill methane plume. And at first this puzzled us until we realized this practice of drill cuttings being spread there. So the compounds that we see in those plumes are larger hydrocarbons, similar to what we see during the drilling operations, both around Interchange and around Livingston. They're things that might be associated with drilling mud and or combustion emissions. So what we think is the landfill plume has methane, probably mostly from the landfill itself. And then these other heavier hydrocarbons added onto that from the drill cutting emissions. So that looks quite different than a plume coming off, for example, the Coyote pad, which tends to be methane plus ethane and propane, and as well as some of the heavier hydrocarbons. So it's sometimes tricky to get in the right place, and these plumes often probably interact with each other because these sources are close. But we are trying to do exactly what you suggest in terms of looking at the composition of VOCs beyond just the methane itself.
And then on the other well sites that are outside of Broomfield, are we able to get their operational information? So if we had a day that was a trigger, could we look at their facility and what was happening there? Do we have access to that to say, hey, you're up north from us, you're in our range, so what was happening? Or are we kind of shut out of that information? And I'm not sure, maybe that's a question for Tammy.
Yeah, Tammy, why don't you start? Yeah. You're muted.
I don't think we do have access to that information on the state's website, but that is an area that I have to investigate a bit further.
All right, perfect.
If I may, I'll also chime in. Erie does a pretty good job of making public the knowledge that they receive from oil and gas operators as far as liquids offloading or starting certain operations. And through their website, we can often, I mean, if we needed to, we look at it and kind of see what's going on in the area. But it's not something we look at every day. We would need a trigger of some kind to go try to hunt it down through public sources. Beyond that would be Tammy.
So do you think we're getting a little closer when we do have these spikes, instead of doing a lot of the investigative work? When we have our quarterly reports, we could start pinpointing, at least directionally, whether it would be more of a landfill look, or an oil and gas look to our spikes?
That's a big reason for the plume tracker deployments that we've already made and the ongoing ones during when the conditions are right for us to try to tease out, as Jeff mentioned, those signatures. As Jeff mentioned, Dr. Collett mentioned, these were kind of new signatures for us. So we're trying to get more and more samples to compare with all of the samples that we've got around the Livingston and Interchange pads to do a better job over time of making that separation. But there's a lot of overlap. It's not going to be perfect every time, but the more examples we get, the better we'll get at it.
Got it.
I might
Perfect.
add that we can also look at the Soaring Eagle data. It's challenging because sometimes the plumes are very short, but we can look at, for example, the methane data from Boulder Air and the PTRMS data to see if it's just a methane plume or if it also has a lot of benzene and toluene in it. So that can help us at that location get some more information. And if the plume lasts long enough, of course, Boulder Air can look at things like ethane and propane as well.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate you guys' time. That's all I had, Mayor.
Ken, I have Devin or Councilmember Schaaf, and then we'll take our break. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I meant to mention in the last topic that we do have a weekly oil and gas update that are sent out weekly. People can sign up at Be in the Loop. There's also a link on the Broomfield Oil and Gas website for those emails. There's just been some people asking for some feedback or regular information, and that's out there. So I wanted to put that out there. Kind of going back to this the plume tracker piece. So the just for historical reasons, can you explain the kind of the goals of those outings for that plume tracker? What are we looking to achieve? What are we hoping to gather during those plume tracker outings?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. There have been a number of objectives in deciding to make a plume tracker outing. You know, during pre-production, for example, we often would deploy during a particular activity, such as pipe pulling or some other activity we expected to be a significant emission. Early on, we also tried to simply look at the spatial patterns of some of these different species across Broomfield. More recently, we've used the plume tracker to look at these acetylene-rich plumes that Dr. Helmick mentioned in his presentation, especially last fall. And we located those, for example, coming directly off the Livingston pad and confirmed that as a key location along with some of the Boulder air data. In the more recent drives that I showed today, those went out primarily to look at if we could identify the sources of these large plumes coming from the north. That helped us to identify the landfill and the Coyote pad as likely sources of some of the plumes, at least we're seeing at Soaring Eagle. And then in this most recent drive, we also took the opportunity to explore some of these other potential methane emissions around the coal seam on the west side of El Diente Drive, and then the Davis 43-6 well on Grand Peak Way. So the deployments have been targeted for various reasons, and that's evolved a bit over time as activities and interests have changed over time.
I'll chime in. I usually summarize it for folks like Dr. Collett mentioned. There are many different reasons it would go out, but in general, it is either going to be to explore a target that we believe could be emitting at any given point, or to investigate a source that we don't fully understand, that we see hints of. The plume tracker can go out and maybe hunt that down and triangulate it, locate it, and characterize it more. So.
Awesome. Thank you for that information. You know, there is a significant concern for methane in terms of the impact on climate change. Is there a concern about the health and safety of these methane plumes as they travel through Broomfield?
The methane itself is not at levels that would be of a health concern, but as you point out, it's very important greenhouse gas. So it's important to understand for those reasons. But often we do see other VOCs, including some air toxics that can be associated with the methane plumes. So monitoring methane, whether we're driving or whether that's the FAST instrument that Boulder Air has at the Soaring Eagle trailer, is a way to identify the presence of plumes that we can then try to bring other tools to more fully characterize for things that might be of health concern.
Thank you. So I'm curious with this methane plume. So as the plume tracker has gone near the David 43-6 well, it has shown that the methane quickly dissipates in the air and is difficult to detect. So I'm curious how we are able to utilize the plume tracker to kind of show these methane plumes as they're going through Broomfield. How are those continuing to exist while the methane over at the David 43-6 well dissipates quickly?
So whether you're able to detect an emission depends, of course, on the dissipation rate, as you're suggesting, but also on the magnitude of the emissions. So, you know, we have seen nearly 40 parts per million of methane, you know, up near those sources north of Broomfield. That's 20 times the background concentration. We don't know exactly what the emissions are at the Davis 43-6 site, but from our drive there, we can surmise that they're nowhere near the emissions rate, for example, from the landfill Otherwise, we would see close to that point, at least locally, a large emissions plume coming from that. So, both of those things are important: dispersion rate, distance, and those things. The dispersion depends also on the meteorology, but also simply the magnitude of the plume. There is a lot of methane already in the atmosphere, so a small emission is very difficult to see on top of the 1,900 parts per billion of methane that are already there. So it takes a bigger source to see that, especially some miles downwind of those sources.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And like I said, this kind of informs later discussion, so I wanted to make sure I ask them now. Is there a way to say, and I think that this is kind of going on a question that was asked a little bit ago, is there a way to say the emissions we are seeing and the health effects are coming from the extraction well sites and or I guess the sites outside of Broomfield? Is there any way that we can tell, what those sources are or differentiate between those two sources? And yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Schaaf, I guess I just want to say that we're not at a point where we can say causation for any of the health impacts that have been reported. So that's the hard part when, you can say maybe there's an air quality event. We had a lot of people report during this day or something like that, which we're actually not there either. But then to say that this caused this, that's not really something that epidemiologists can even do. Correlation does not prove causation. And I think that that's a painful truth about the epidemiology studies that we read with oil and gas. However, it does help to take a look at the data. And if the data points us in a direction to explore further, then that's where we go. And I think that we let the data drive us.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to ask a kind of a related question. So the ozone levels comparing, I believe the dates were March 19th and March 20th, and it shows the movement from Boulder Air, that the movement is coming from the northeast to the southwest, that in those 2-day span, the air continues to get worse in that direction. So how far can we expect air pollution to travel and those air emissions to travel? And I guess this kind of relates to with the emissions from the Coyote pad and the landfill being a concern for sources of methane, how far from that northeast to the southwest would we expect those emissions to travel? I mean, are we talking clear from one side of Weld County all the way to Boulder County? I mean, how far do we expect those emissions to travel?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you. You're ready to write a thesis on this. So actually, I know, but while we're discussing it, I actually scribbled some math here because I was wondering myself, how it bounced up over 3 days. And so what happened here, this is a very unique situation here. It's a winter ozone pollution event, and that's been observed before in the Uinta Basin, in Utah, and in places in Wyoming. And it's kind of a combination of things that need to come together. One is snow on the ground, lots of emissions, relatively calm weather, and that promotes very strong inversion. So under those conditions, the pollutants get trapped really low at the surface, just 50, 100 meters above the ground. And then if you have a snow event and then it turns sunny, which you have here, probably not in Washington State, but we get this here quite often. And what happens, you have all this light come down and that makes ozone, but then you have light reflected from the surface. You get almost 2 times as much light. So you double the energy to drive all this ozone production. So now this polluted air moves over the landscape in this very, very shallow layer above the ground. So the wind data I showed, there were 2-3 meters per second winds in the afternoon. And what I just calculated here, that's about 10 kilometers an hour. So the air moves 10 kilometers an hour. So if you take Weld County, that's maybe 50, 60 kilometers across, it makes it across Weld County during the day. Daytime hours, you have sunlight from 9 to 3 or 4 p.m. So that's 6-7 hours. That's actually the data I showed. Greeley wasn't all that bad because they only have 2 or 3 hours upwind, assuming the wind brings cleaner air into Weld County from the east. It has only been traveling and building up this ozone for 2-3 hours, but you build about 6, 7, 8 ppb every hour. And now you do this over 6 hours, then you get into the high ozone regimes. So if you allow that polluted air to travel, throughout the day while you have sunshine over more than just 1 or 2 hours, ozone gets higher and higher. So very unfortunately for us, we are at the end, we're at the tail end, we're at the downwind end. If we were at the other side, Weld County, then it wouldn't be a big deal. And there's not much, on the west side of us. So anybody west of Broomfield will, get this similar polluted air. And that's exactly what the data show. The spatial comparison of where ozone was high and where was it lower. On one day, Fort Collin West was the highest. Water Reservoir was high, so the sites to the west, because that's where the dirty air ends up at the end of the day after it had these 5, 6, 7 hours to build up all this ozone. Does that make sense? Does it answer your question?
Yeah, it definitely does. And I asked this question too, for a couple of reasons. One, we're having health impacts that we weren't necessarily seeing before the extraction well sites started up. But at that same time, we had the Coyote pad start up, and we had some of those other nearby sites as well start up. So, asking how much of those emissions are coming from other well sites and a combination thereof, and would we expect to see not only health impacts happening near those extraction well sites, but potentially even further, like you said, on the west side of Broomfield, and health impacts there as well, just because of how these emissions are traveling?
Yeah, this was a much wider scale pollution event. That impacted 1 million plus people. This ozone in particular, photochemical pollution, that dirty air that spread out, it was photochemical, so it took a while to build this all up. Even it bounced up over 2-3 days. And during the time, air mixes on the scales of 10, 20, 30 miles. So anybody who was, under that curtain of dirty air got impacted. Of course, you have all these little sources, many hundreds, thousands that release some of this pollutant. This is not coming from one. If you had one big power plant, it's in some regions you have that as an issue, but here we have these many wells or well sites, and some are stronger sources, some are weaker, but they all add up. And what matters at the end is the cumulative pollution from all of these multiple emission sites together.
Well, thank you, Dr. Helmig, Dr. Collette, and Mr. Buck. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for all the information. Appreciate it. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break to 8:25, and then we'll jump in on the 43.6, which we've talked a lot about already tonight. So 8:25.
The Access Live event is in music hold.
Right at 8:25. Thank you, Roger. Or Kathy, I guess. Thanks. 43.6 plugged and abandoned wells, subsurface methane issues. Council has a copy of the
only one that revealed a methane issue. We approached COGCC about placing this well in its orphan well program, and they did. The Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission re-drilled and replugged this well in late 2019. The Oil and Gas Conservation Commission performed 7 follow-up tests in January to October of 2020, and still residual subsurface methane was detected, even though the well has been pointed out to me that the COGCC does not believe that the well itself is still leaking methane, but that this is residual methane left over from when the well was leaking, and it is subsurface. They haven't had any concerns about methane being ambient or in the air. At that time, when they had additional problems, Broomfield began talking with the builder in this area, Richmond Homes, and they agreed to do some follow-up testing and discuss with us another proposal for resolving this issue that came from the COGCC's environmental consultant, which was to build trenches on either side of the well to capture the subsurface methane and vent it to the surface. So Richmond Homes did agree to pursue this additional remedy, and they did some follow-up testing in the area, and still we did have methane detected at some locations. Since then, the Richmond Homes has employed an environmental consultant to design the trenching system. This trenching system was reviewed by COGCC's environmental consultants, Broomfield's environmental consultants, and the builder's environmental consultants, and a final design has occurred. So the next step would be to build these trenches and then to do additional testing after the trenching is in place. All the points of testing, you can see the well in the center there, well, and then COGCC has 7, these are small well test sites where they continue to test the soil test sites in the area. So these are all kind of small tubular test wells that are routinely from those locations. So a total of 26 well sites we're testing at this time. Next slide. So the final trench design has been made. And so the idea between the curb and in the landscape area, these trenches will be filled with gravel or P-rock, and there will be landscaping on top with vents to the ambient air where methane is anticipated, will be drawn to these open cavities and then vented to the surface. The approximate dimensions of each of these, that 300 foot length there is inaccurate. This slide was done early on. The trench designed for the east side of Grand Peak Way would be 269 feet in length. And for the west side of Grand Peak Way, it would be 205 feet in length. These trenches are at least 2 feet wide and 15 feet deep. And they will have 4 vertical vents. And this is designed to allow methane to dissipate again to the subsurface section view of the trench design and the venting to the surface. Next slide, please. And so this is our have talked to Richmond Homes representative today. They have settled on their construction contractor. They believe that they will give a notice to proceed for this trench construction in the next week. After that, they will need to get a public-private improvement permit from the city and county of Broomfield before beginning the work. And we will definitely facilitate that permit process and get them underway as quickly as possible. And then the actual construction of the trenches is anticipated to take 3 to 4 weeks. After that, additional testing will be done to see if the trench system is working as planned and if the various test sites that I showed you there on the other slide are zeroing out in their measurements. Also, I wanted to mention that Broomfield has worked with the North Metro Fire and Rescue District to offer citizens in this area, if they desire, a test of the interior of their home, and we would provide them with that data. Again, we do not believe there is a public health concern associated with this well, and the COGCC has confirmed that also. And that concludes my presentation. I would like to say that we have our environmental consultants from ERO Resources who originally discovered this issue on the line today. And his name is Jack Denman, and he is available to answer questions, and I might let him make a few comments here. And also on the line is Mike Hickey from the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission's Orphan Well Program, who has done the work on this well and is available to answer questions. Jack, would you mind making a few comments with regard to this issue, and in particular testing plans after the trenches are in place?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem and Council.
You're a little soft, Jack. Can you turn up your volume a little?
Hopefully that is better.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. As Tammy mentioned, I mean, we discovered this back in 2019, 2019. Even from the very beginning, it was always a subsurface issue. From the very beginning, we never encountered any ambient methane readings. The concern many of you have watched this process looking at the subsurface. We checked all of the utility corridors and kind of zeroed in on the well itself as far as what the issue was when Mike Hickey and the Oil and Gas Commission came on board. We've been a part of it, on the city's behalf of reviewing these trench design plans, and have been part of those conversations to help provide input and help develop this, or at least provide comment for these trench design plans. The monitoring program afterwards, after the trench is in place, is in a little stage of development of figuring out what is going to be left. The installation is going to take out many of the monitoring points that we currently have out there, both ours, COGCC's, as well as the Richmond Homes, the builder of it. So developing what is left and where we are at the very end is going to be looking at the soil gas, not the ambient, but the soil gas below grade, and how is that dissipating with this trench design. So, I mean, I'll punt it to Mike if you have any comments as well.
Yeah.
Or
Mike, do you want to speak?
If we have questions, or you don't have to.
No, I am happy to speak up. The way I calculate it from the dimensions that Tammy just gave, we're going to actually truck out 526 yards of dirt that has methane in it. And by the time you get that dirt into the truck, that methane is gone. And so you're going to be replacing it with gravel that will allow whatever methane holding soil is there to vent out at a much higher rate. And I'm anxious to see what I expect to be good results.
Thank you, Mike. Tammy, should we go to public comments?
Yes, that concludes the formal presentation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to public comments. Kristen, please state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Kristen Logan with Anthem Highlands. Can everybody hear me?
We can't. Go ahead, Kristen.
Okay, thanks. I have a few comments about this, and I'm not an expert by any means, so please correct me if I'm wrong. And I'm also using my interpretations of what people said during the previous presentation. So if I've misinterpreted anyone's words, please do clarify. It's not my intention to do so. This is just what I took from some of the presentations. So I just wanted to make those 2 points. But the first thing that I wanted to talk about was the COGCC, and I'm glad that you're on the line. It was mentioned that there was equipment on the site taking measurements for air quality and different things throughout this entire process. I'm curious if this is public data, why this isn't something that's easily accessible, and can we please have a link published where we as nearby residents or anyone in general who's interested can see the results that you have been finding. I think that that would be something that would be very advantageous to share with the public. So that's my first point. Now I'm going to move into some of the presentation. The plume trackers are usually deployed based on events, is what someone said. Well, I would consider the methane buildups, i.e. they were vented, the levels went to 0, they were capped, then they built back up again, and then they were vented again. So to me, the plume tracker, we would want to be deploying that then, correct? Because that's where the pressure and the buildup is. And if, as Devin and one of the scientists confirmed, indicated methane dissipates quickly, you would have to be there really at that instant that the cap is removed. If I'm understanding just basic science, if pressure is built up, it comes out, right? In addition, one of the scientists, I think it was Dr. Buck, and excuse me if I'm wrong, they said that they surmised that the methane incidents are low, and they also said they don't know the emissions. Based on these 2 statements, I'm a little confused why the city is conclusively saying there are no emissions as a result of this leak. What I heard is that we don't know for sure, but we think. And that's not the same as being able to conclusively present to the public, here are the facts that say there are no methane emissions or methane issues coming from the site. And I think that if you're going to make statements of fact, we need to be able to say with a statement of fact, here is the proof. With the trenches, I'm curious how often these will be capped, because as we've seen in the past, the venting happens, but once they're capped, then the methane builds back up. And will we be notified in advance when these caps are being removed? And they are going to be capped, right? Like otherwise we're just putting a permanent vent and we have no way of knowing if there's still methane there and if it's still building up underground. So I hope that's a part of the remediation plan. And if it's not, that's a glaring oversight. So I know that was a lot. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me via email, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kristen. I'll go ahead and pause for answers to her questions on the availability of the methane data from the COGCC, the fact that the plume tracker was event driven, so it would have been after the event, and then the accumulation of methane within the trenches. Mr. Hickey, do you want to go first on the availability of data from the COGCC?
Yeah, we have been sharing data 100% openly with the city and county of Broomfield since we started. It was my understanding that they were posting it. If we need to get it posted on ours, we'll start that process immediately.
Tammy?
So yes, that has been posted in our updates weekly for quite some time, and that is all the subsurface methane data. I think she was talking also though, Ms. Logan, about ambient air quality readings in the area.
And I can address that too.
Yeah, you want to talk about that, Mike, for a minute?
Yeah, when we first opened up this hole to get onto it and plug it, we had the hole surrounded with high-tech laser sensors. Everybody on site was wearing a 4-gas meter. We had a field inspector on site with an infrared camera. Nobody picked up any methane. The reason none of that's been reported is because it's 0. There's nothing to report. There has been no ambient methane release that any of us can detect.
And so that would be the same then on the trenches that she asked about?
That's correct. When we first opened that hole up, we had the highest concentration soil right above the well that hadn't been vented at all. And when we first opened it up, would have been our best chance to detect anything. And the meters picked up some of the exhaust from the vac truck that we were using to excavate. It picked up some VOCs off of that, and it picked up some carbon monoxide off of the asphalt saw that we used. But we never had any other gases picked up from the hole. We had people climbing down in there sniffing. And the first time we were ever able to pick up anything was when we finally got the hole closed in, and we're dealing with wellbore fluids.
Also, we did run the plume tracker up Grand Peak Way and did not find any methane readings of concern. And we will do that again, definitely after the trench system is in.
So the point being that the plume tracker was not deployed just because of an event. It's been deployed to check to see if there's any ambient.
That's right. It specifically went out to see if it could detect ambient methane on that street. And then I think Kristen's other question had to do with, testing when you have the test holes covered versus when they're venting to the atmosphere. Jack or someone or Mike, could you talk about that issue? How the testing is done?
It was an excellent question. She is correct. When you open those things up, it dissipates very quickly and goes down to zero. And the reason we've been cycling it like that is because the only way to measure success is to see if it rebounds less every time. And that's pretty much what we've been seeing is when we first started testing it, percentages in those pores, and I'll emphasize that the pores in the soil were very small, and high percentages of gas in those tiny little pores still doesn't constitute a very large volume of gas. So the pores, as that gas is released, is very, very small volume and small rates. And to my knowledge, these trenches will not need to be capped. We will have test wells. The test wells that are in the street will survive this installation. And some of the test wells that are further back in the lots will survive the installation. And we'll continue to monitor those and continue to let those vent.
Thank you. We'll go to council questions and comments at this point in time. Council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate this information. It answered a lot of questions that I had. I was very confused about the subsurface and us venting it and then, it being ambient. But what you're saying is once it vents from the surface, it just disappears?
Dissipates.
It dissipates. It becomes too low of a concentration for us to measure.
But does it cause any harm? Because it is a greenhouse gas. I mean, it's being put out into the atmosphere. So is it potentially flammable at any point?
No, when we release it to the atmosphere, it is way below the lower explosive limit where you can ignite it.
Well,
the greenhouse effect of sunlight on that methane, converting it to ozone, again, is too small a volume for us to detect. If this was happening over hundreds of square miles, where you have a naturally occurring source, like some of the formations we have, that amount of ozone can collect, like Dr. Helming was talking about earlier. and push up against. But the volume that we're talking about from this one well is too small to measure.
Okay. So there's no flashpoint in the soil that could cause any danger to the people living around there? Or, I
No.
mean,
The only concern would be if there was a place where it could collect. And that's part of why the trench installation was designed the way it was to intercept anything that was migrating toward a basement.
okay, that makes sense. So that's the purpose of the trenching, to prevent that collection in some other cavity in the homes.
Yes,
Okay, and you've done this successfully before?
I have not. That's why COGCC had to back off on this one. Our consultant made some recommendations to it, but this is a project that was being done by the home builder.
Okay, and so this technique has not been used before? We're
Other people have used it.
okay.
I have not.
This is
you
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may jump in, this is a very common treatment technique for landfills. Landfills generate methane gas while they're active, as well as during closure. And all throughout the metro area, the old landfills often use this type of technique to vent the methane so that it does not build up within utility corridors or within buildings or subsurface spaces. Moving this to an oil and gas situation, it's the same technology, relatively simple, very passive, low maintenance, accomplishing the exact same end result of using the atmospheric pressure to essentially off gas whatever is left.
All right, well, that answers my question. I think that's all I have at this point. The only comment I wanted to make is that, you know, there's a lot of people who aren't, like me, familiar with this type of problem that we're facing. It's the first time we faced it in my experience on council. And I know we have other wells that haven't even been soil gas tested yet. So, you know, it may not be the only one. We just don't know yet. And it causes a lot of community anxiety, you know, because it is flammable. And I think not knowing about this, maybe there needs to be some type of risk analysis that we perform with our environmental consultant to help at least put people either at ease or alert us to dangers that we just don't know. We're kind of speculating on a lot, and I like the caller before, Ms. Logan, would like to see more scientific data proving that this is not a health risk, or this is not a safety risk, because we don't know, and maybe a scientific data-driven approach would help allay some people's concerns, or not. And I guess that would be directed to Tammy.
Right. Well, the process has been very data-driven. I will say that. I mean, we all have subsurface test sites out there and continue to monitor the subsurface data. And now we're doing plume tracker runs in the area to confirm and continue to confirm there's no ambient issue. In terms of a risk assessment specifically, I do not know of this happening in this type of situation. I don't know, Jack, if you have any thoughts on that, or Mike, how you would do a risk assessment of this scenario.
I guess I'll just chime in on the fact that this is not only is this a new issue for the city and county, it's a new issue I would pose for the Oil and Gas Commission, as well as many of the residential development up and down or at least in the northern Front Range. As residential development moves into legacy oil and gas wells, This is from the experience that we have as a company, both with the city and county as well as others. This is at the forefront of identifying methane leaking from legacy wells within developed or soon to be developed neighborhoods. So outside of California and the LA basin, where they deal with methane on a daily basis in residential construction, on top of high levels of methane from legacy wells and tar pits and whatnot. This is something new for the Front Range, unless Mike, you're aware of many more than I am, but most of the work that we rely on to provide, also some of the few studies on any of this all come out of LA.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And I got to say, it's been a very rewarding project to work on. It's been very collaborative between Jack and Tammy and Hans Jorgensen, the street crew, and it's been a very unique cutting edge job. This the soil that captured this gas was placed there after the well was plugged. The development placed 16 feet of soil of engineered fill on top of this well that was placed soil controlled and compaction, and formed a tight cap. And that complicated the whole process as far as removing the gas and getting on the well and everything else. And it's been a lot of fun working with Broomfield. I gotta say, you guys have been very open-minded and willing to try some stuff and patient with us. And I appreciate it.
Can I ask one last question? Like how many more of these are you guys working on in the Front Range? Any other developments?
We have a half a dozen different plugging packages out in various stages of contracting right now. We've got wells being plugged all over the state. So how many of them are in subdivisions? I got to say, putting the outriggers on our rig on a sidewalk was a very unique experience for me. I have not had to replace a lot of pavement or sidewalk or landscaping. I haven't had to work around live fire hydrants to do this oil and gas work. We had to put an expansion joint between our conductor pipe and a live water main. This was a very unique project.
Testing your skills for sure. Well, thank you for the information, you guys, and thank you for being here tonight. I really appreciate it. That's all,
my pleasure.
Yeah, and I'm going to interject a comment simply from the point of view that we're about to talk about reverse setbacks, and P&A wells are turning out to be the sticky subject. Are Jack and Mike, or Jack at least, are you going to be available during the when we're talking about some of those issues, which segues into the Mayor Pro Tem's comments about risk assessments? Because we're talking about some homes being planned right now 70 feet away from a P&A well that has not been tested yet, and so are you going to be around in a little while? Can you be around for longer?
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not sure, but it just seems to me that that this is going to segue into our, which I think was the intent, segue into our discussion on reverse setbacks. So I'll go with Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I was just about to make a similar remark that this was very timely, as some of my questions are overlapping with some of the thoughts that are going through my head with the reverse setbacks. So following up on Councilmember Castriata's question regarding collection of methane that you had alluded to in a cavity like a basement being of concern, if there was a future build, if the buildings that were going to be built nearby did not have basements, would there be a concern of any methane buildup on a first level, or is that like a main floor, or does it just dissipate easily out of the house, or like a crawl space below a building? Would any of those be of concern for methane buildup, or is it just the basement?
Typically it's any utility corridor. It starts with the utility corridor, anything subgrade. Once you typically get above grade, there are enough windows and doors that you have a bit of flushing through the building. And then actually, as we saw at the very beginning of this process, when Mike and company all showed up, and I think West Metro started doing surveys around in the Anthem neighborhood, at least, the farther they got from the actual wellhead, the more gas ranges people had in their houses, and the higher the methane concentrations, ambient methane concentrations inside the houses were from gas fireplaces and gas ranges than we were finding in the unfinished houses surrounding the well itself. So typically, you know, in any type of residence, you're going to have any number of sources of methane from natural gas powered utilities, whether it's the hot water heater through the range, through the fireplace. That from the measurements that we took while we were out there, or at least that West Metro took while we were out during the plugging and abandoning, were higher than what anything that we were reading in non-occupied spaces. Now, methane will, and any soil vapor, soil gases will follow utility corridors. They will accumulate in basements. So it is always a concern, any type of enclosed space in any type of a vapor discussion scenario.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And then I have a question for our staff regarding those residents living closest to Davis 43-6 and the effort to, did we reach out like directly to those closest neighbors, like knock on their door or something, or hang a flyer? And then for all the ones that were we able to make contact with most of the residents nearby? And then of those residents, did the majority of them want their basements monitored, or was there no concern, or was there any concern? I'm just kind of idea of like, what do the people closest to those with the well think?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. We did send this notice of the offering to have the North Metro Fire Rescue District test those homes in these areas to the HOAs. So we posted it on our website, and we also sent it to the homeowners associations in Anthem Highlands and Anthem Ranch. We did not walk door to door with flyers. Today, I believe we're at about 10 folks that have requested between Anthem Ranch and Anthem Highlands to have their homes tested. And so far, the data has not shown any findings of concern. We did also have a request for a methane monitor, and we complied with that request and provided that to one resident. Near the methane issue, the methane anomaly on Anthem Ranch to the west.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question. This is probably for Mike Hickey or Jack Denman. And I know I've asked this one in our meetings before on our Wednesdays. You know, understand that we have the soil that's very compact, and the methane is, you know, we're having trouble mitigating and getting out of that soil. So I can see where if you dig this trench down on both sides and allow it to vent to the surface through those pipes, through the gravel, that the methane closest to that trench would quickly mitigate. But what if you're 10 feet or 50 feet or 100 feet away as you come away from the road to where the basement is ultimately going to be on that property? Do we have any estimate of how long that would take to for that methane to make its way to that trench from the further points?
Jack, is that you?
I wouldn't say, I don't know if we would be able to say that we have done any modeling or specific timetables, if you will, on that. The concept of the trench is we're creating an area of low pressure, and soil vapor is going to want to flow towards areas of low pressure and vent out. When the houses are constructed, they're also going to be creating areas of low pressure just by the fact that they're going to have gravel backfill around the base. They're going to have French drains around the base, around the exteriors of their basements and whatnot. The functioning of the trench and I'm glancing at the diagram of it, is to create that low pressure. And with the diurnal change, the warming and the cooling of the atmosphere day and night will pump essentially the subsurface soil vapor to help essentially degas those tight clays and the tight soils that are in and around that.
Okay, thank you. And then I know you had alluded to the final monitoring, like after the trench is put in. And then is that thought that maybe that monitoring would be done at some of those further points in those in those lots to see if the methane truly did move from where they would like to dig a basement? Is that in the thought process in the future?
Yes, that is. I apologize for jumping in, Councilwoman.
No, it's good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, no, yes, those are all part of the parts of the discussion of developing the post-monitoring program, which is done in concert with, obviously, Tammy and myself, with Mike and other folks that are involved. So.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple more questions. If the trench pipes that are put in there are left uncapped and they could just continue to vent, I get the benefit of that continuous, like just allowing any additional methane to vent. But over time, if the Davis 43-6 well were to fail again and those caps were, never replaced, would we be able to detect a leak of the Davis 43-6 in the future if we're venting it continuously? And we can discuss that in the future.
I'll let Mike. I'll let Mike Hickey talk to the amount of concrete that was pumped down and
not concrete. We use cement, no aggregate. We use pure cement. And
pumped down.
The concept of that well failing in the future, I take a little personally, but your question is an excellent one because all human endeavor is flawed and the possibility is very real. And if that happened, I would think the vents would provide a channel for that gas to escape before it had a chance to accumulate and contaminate the soil. So it's will provide a long-term preventive if something like that did happen.
I would agree.
Okay, and we need to think a little bit more on that one because the thought of there being that, yeah, and I understand that this should be a good cement job, and that it shouldn't fail. But that was that concern has been raised. So
as it should.
Yeah, thank you. And then, here's my final question. I think I know the answer to it already, but we discussed this with staff. Does the COGCC have any say in when it's safe to dig the basements for the new home construction, or is it once this phase is passed? Like, who makes that ultimate decision that it is now safe to go forward with construction?
We have no say on construction. So yeah, that's on you guys.
Okay, thank you. And actually, there was one more question. Based on the COGCC experience data, this Davis 43-6 failure, is this a typical failure based on because we've done a lot of measurements and we can kind of see the extent of the methane. Is this an anomaly, or is it just that the location of it in the middle of a future development with so much concern made it stand out from what you've seen out there?
There is an anomaly there geologically. You have several named coal mines within a mile. You've got mapped coal seams. You have some of the most complex geology in Colorado is right in that area. There are two named wrench faults that go right near there. And a wrench fault, you can tell from the name, has multiple directions of motion. And so they radiate faults in a lot of directions. And I think they may have drilled into something like that when they drilled this well. They had problems drilling it. They lost circulation. They had to do a lot of funny things to get this well on production. And it's certainly not unique. I deal with problems like this all the time. Losing circulation and plugging problem wells is where we start.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then when you say this unique geology, is it just located at the Davis 436, or would that extend to some of the other wells in our area? Like, is it?
Yeah, no, that's sort of a regional thing. The nearest wrench fault goes through the intersection of Highway 7 and Lowell Boulevard. If you look on the map, that section corner has the strike of one of those faults going right through it. So it's not an active fault, but it's there.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Hey, I had while Mike's on the line and talking, Tammy, do you want to ask the question?
Yeah, Mike, I wonder if you could explain to council, though I know you've said you're not making the determination on the building, whether or not homes should be built there, but can you talk about what additional testing you think you'll be doing after the trenching is in place? And if you will ultimately be making a determination that the remediation of the project is complete?
We will do that. We will make a determination that the soil gas meets our standards, and we will close out the project.
Thank you, Mike. Councilmember Lim?
Yes, thank you. I'm a little confused about characterization that was made. At least I interpreted that way by, I think it was Mr. Hickey, where he said that the rebound is becoming less as the cap and uncap, happens and the measurements take place after the uncap. So, I mean, I don't know if he's looking at all of the wells, even the developer wells that have been tested now, but I've been following the data, and the data that I see has some variability that, there are wells that, they can go to zero and they get capped and come and they measure them the next time, and they're back almost to what would be characterized subsurface as the explosive level, as a problem level that we've at least talked about at a certain level. And I forget exactly what that number is. I'm sorry, that we've been looking at this is what is of concern, subsurface. So I'm not seeing, it seemed to me like you were presenting a linear, progression of, well, this is looking much better and dissipating. And I'm not seeing that in looking at the data. Can you respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Council President. When we first started this, the percentages of methane in the soil were in the 97-99% range. We're down now to where they do drop down to zero. They rebound to, I don't have the data right in front of me, so I'm kind of guessing, but I remember some 27s, some 30s, and then we uncap them and they drop back to zero, and they come back to in the teens, you cap them again, they uncap them again, they go down to zero, they come back to 27, 28%. It is nature. It's Mother Nature. It's not linear. If I presented it as if it's a linear progression and it's constantly getting better, then I apologize. I must have misspoken. They are getting better over time. The numbers are dropping. The rebounds are smaller over time. And we expect to see that not linearly, but we expect to see it continue, and I expect to see a huge improvement when these trenches go in.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Do we know when this well started leaking? We know when we found the leak, but do we know when it started leaking? Do we have any way to determine that?
I do not. The first data we have is from ERO when you guys tested it.
Which was May 2019.
Okay, so it was capped in, I forget what date it was on the slides, 2009,
94.
it was 1994, it was P&A, so.
2004, it was originally P&A.
Okay, so from 2004 to 2019, we have no idea when it started leaking, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so how do we know that there was never any ambient release of the subsurface methane? Do we know that for sure before we found it in 2019?
No.
We do not know. We do not know that we can't confirm that there was not a release.
We can't prove one way or the other.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks. How long will you, after the trench is constructed for 3 to 4 weeks, how long will the trench sit there and vent before the COGCC, the developer, the city, whatever, decides to start testing? What is there a time frame given for that?
Again, we're dealing with Mother Nature, so putting too hard of a schedule is maybe not reliable, but I expect to get out there and test as soon as the trenches are complete, and probably start spacing out some tests after that. Maybe test it immediately after the trenches go in, maybe a week after, a month after that, maybe monthly for a while, till we see what we see.
My other question, I think, goes to possibly ERO. It was actually the developers' wells, I think, that when they expanded towards the north, they began to see some higher readings, that especially in that northern direction. So was there any conversation even before trenching to do further well testing in that northern direction?
I believe I believe we did have a conversation with the developers. The timing is muddy in my brain, but they went in and did do a second round. Tammy, if you remember, they did go in and do a second round to the north as well. And I believe from the initial design to the second set of designs of the length of the trench actually expanded by an extra almost 100 feet to the north on both east and west sides. The well itself, the Davis 43-6, is also on it's at the apex of a small rise in the topography along the street. So the trench, although we all think it is typically going to be flat, the trench itself has a profile of an arch. Methane has a tendency to rise, and the vents are towards the top. So the idea of both acknowledging some of those secondary wells that seem to have a little bit of extra higher readings towards the north, expanding the trench to the north, and was to help allow some of that lightweight methane to travel up and vent out towards the apex of the natural topography that's out there.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. This is for Mr. Hickey with the COGCC. So you've expressed this as kind of an anomaly, but not, I guess, that you can explain things by the regional geography, apparently. So do you expect to use this? I know we've had some discussions. Do you expect to use this as an example in the discussions for financial assurances at the COGCC? Given, this is not desirable. I mean, we as a city are shouldering the burden here with our resources of handling this remediation with this orphan well. And there's a bankrupt operator. I mean, this is an orphan well. So we have this example here of expenses incurred after P&A that I would propose should be used as an example at the COGCC rulemaking about financial assurances this summer. Is there any thought to that at all?
Been part of the discussion.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
They have referred to it. It is one of our more expensive plugins.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councilmember Schaaf?
Well, I think I just have two questions. All my other questions have been answered. So regarding the geological abnormality that is there with this David 43-6 well, I'm curious what other municipalities are conducting soil gas testing.
I can tell you I've been asked about it, and I have referred people to my good friend Tammy Yellico and told them that you guys have a program that's worth mirroring.
And we have had a couple of calls as a result of that. And I know that I think a couple other jurisdictions are looking at it. I think Boulder County has asked me a lot of questions about it in one other jurisdiction, but I'm not aware of any other local government that does this.
And I can tell you the Orphan Well program is starting it.
And Councilman Schaaf, I'll also add in, I mean, as an environmental consultant, I work for many developers, several of the developers, and it is becoming a higher and higher priority as far as during the due diligence process for people like Richmond Homes in this case, and many of the other larger home builders in the area that are looking at building in what's called the Boulder-Weld County Coalfield, which is the primary geologic anomaly that runs from Boulder all the way up through Broomfield, through Erie, through Dacono to Frederick, that all of these wells up and down the Front Range are drilled through and create a complex methane soup of soil gas to differentiate between what could be an aged coal methane or a deeper, Mike is laughing, a deeper oil and gas related methane issue.
Thanks for that. So are there other municipalities that are experiencing failed plugged and abandoned wells then? And how are they dealing with those?
I am not aware of any other community dealing with an anomaly like this. We have the other ones that I'm dealing with right now are way more rural.
Okay, so these are happening in the rural parts, but not in municipalities next to residential areas.
But other municipalities aren't testing right now, so it's lack of information. Let me just interject.
And Councilman, yes, Mayor, and Councilman Schaaf, I will say that it is there is, I believe, the city of Dacono, town of Frederick are all aware of these types, but a lot of it is the instances that I'm aware of are driven by the development. This is unique because it was already within a development with structures. And the ones that I'm aware of are also have current operators that are viable, as opposed to an abandoned well with which Mike has to become involved with.
Yep.
Okay, and then I follow-up on that. So if these buildings would have been in place, would that have changed the way in which this well was tested, as well as the mitigation strategy, or would this mitigation strategy and the testing sites, could that have been done if those occupied structures had been there?
It certainly would have changed my operation. Having structures that close, especially occupied structures that close, would have changed my operation a lot. I'm not sure how I would have solved all those. I'm sure I will get that chance someday, but I dodged that bullet this time. But yes, we would have taken that into consideration. It would have changed what we did a lot. I couldn't set a rig in somebody's front yard.
Councilmember Schaaf, you raise an important issue too, because we will test the P&A wells where we have property owner permission. And sometimes we don't get property owner permission, even though we do the outreach, and then those wells can't be tested. So it's a really important point if folks, you know, we do approach them and they do want to have it tested, we need their permission to do that. This one was on Broomfield owned property.
Okay, all right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Well, that couldn't be a better segue into the next subject. You know, I didn't know where the 43-6 conversation was going to go, but it was perfectly situated for the reverse setback. So, I mean, to Mike, and I presume you know this, Jack, because I think you talked to staff today. We're now going to take the issue. What do we do about the fact that we may have other wells like this in town? You know, and do we do reverse setbacks? And if you could participate, at least Jack, if you could, Mike, I may be asking too much for you. It would be appreciated, at least by me. So let's go ahead and go into the presentation on reverse setbacks. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jack and Mike. We sure appreciate it. Director of Planning, Anna Burton-Zetti, is going to walk us through a brief presentation. Tammy and Nancy are here as well for added value. And again, it's a perfect segue into what we found, what we're doing, and then what's next. And with that, Anna.
Thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So originally there was an executive session on March 2nd of this year, and we followed that up with a study session on March 30th. And at that time, City Council directed staff to make some modifications to our maps and information and to come back for an additional study session. And so we are back before you this evening. The study session and the staff memorandum for the evening included 6 key components: reverse setbacks from active producing shut-in facilities, potential reverse setbacks from plugged and abandoned oil and gas facilities, how regulations may or may not impact or be effective upon previously approved or proposed residential developments, options for reverse setbacks from parks and open lands, the comments that we received to date, and finally, specific requests for direction for staff to utilize for drafting an ordinance if City Council directs us to do so. Next slide, please. So based on the discussion from the initial study session on March 30th, staff prepared a series of maps, revised maps. The first is with a setback of 2,000 feet from the producing and drilling wells and 250 feet from the plugged and abandoned wells. We also prepared alternatives to aid with the discussion. These alternatives differentiated between horizontal wells and the vertical or diagonal drilled wells. This also would differentiate the same wells are in different stages of development, drilling completions versus production, for example. These setbacks, we provided 2 options for the horizontal or drilling completions wells. These were 1,320 or 2,000 feet, and 500 feet from the vertical diagonal producing wells. And it should be noted that as we use these definitions, we use the COGCC's data and status codes for producing our maps this evening. Next slide, please. So the first map that I will show this evening and is included in the memorandum is 2,000 feet reverse setback from producing and shut-in wells. It is possible and should be noted, though, that some of these wells could be plugged and abandoned by the operators, and this would move these into the plugged and abandoned category. Next slide, please. The only horizontally drilled wells in Broomfield are generally along the Northwest Parkway, so that's where you see the differentiation between the horizontal versus diagonal and vertically drilled. So this map is showing the 500-foot setback from the horizontal diagonal, as well as the 1,320 and 2,000 feet from the horizontal. If City Council were also to differentiate the setback for the various stages in development, this map would also work with that differentiation currently, because those maps that are horizontally drilled are also those maps that would be categorized as active and drilling by COGCC's current standards, while our other map wells that are vertical or diagonal are in the producing stage. Next slide, please. So this map is showing the 250 feet from all plugged and abandoned wells within well facilities within Broomfield. Next slide. This is just a composite of the two. So this is 2,000 feet from the drilling and shut-in producing, as well as the 250 feet from plugged and abandoned. We also prepared a series of maps, if we could have the next slide, to show or aid in the discussion, I should say, for how reverse setbacks could impact residential development and planned residential development. So this first map is showing the existing homes that would be within 2,000 feet of the reverse setback for the active producing wells. We also included a series of questions within the staff memorandum regarding how the regulations could be applicable to existing homes, to vacant residential lots, to proposed residential development that might be in various stages of development. Next slide, please. So this is, again, the differentiated setback to aid for discussion, but again, showing that reverse setback as compared to the existing home locations. Next slide, please. This is the 250 feet, again, existing homes. We also provided a highlighted or a kind of a zoomed in area for an area in Wildgrass to show a little bit more detail about where some of the existing homes may be still within 250 feet of plugged and abandoned oil and gas facilities. Next slide, please. So undeveloped lots near plugged and abandoned wells is included on this particular map. Key areas that are impacted would be the Wilcox subdivision. Staff also provided information by email earlier today regarding impact to a concept review proposal that is within Palisade Park. Next slide, please. This map is showing the undeveloped lots, and a key area is around the Northwest Parkway at Via Vara area, where there are some approved but not yet constructed residential lots within 2,000 feet. Next slide, please. So this is the same lot map, but again with the differentiated side setbacks and the undeveloped residential lots. Next slide, please. So during the previous discussions, there was some concern raised regarding the proximity of active open lands to oil and gas facilities. And for this reason, we did provide this map that shows the locations of the open lands within Broomfield and existing wells. And the setbacks on this particular map are both the plugged and abandoned as well as the active and producing. Next slide, please. Staff is requesting direction this evening as part of the study session. We prepared a series of 5 questions, some with multiple subparts. These are both in the memorandum as well as obviously a part of our presentation this evening. If directed by the City Council, staff will prepare an ordinance and bring it back for consideration for first reading with the potential changes to the reverse setback. And then A public hearing would be scheduled for the second reading of that ordinance. And that concludes staff's presentation this evening.
So, you know, I'm going to interject a question here. For the legal staff, and I think we've gotten some emails from Nancy and Tammy. I'm not sure I understand the answer about if you have an existing horizontal. Let's break down between the vertical wells and the horizontal wells. What activities can occur without a permit? You know, in the producing wells that are vertical wells. I mean, that was a question that's been asked by several of us. And key to I think our discussion. I'm not hearing anybody, or is everybody waiting to end? I mean, this has been put to you for the last week or so. So it's key to our discussion.
Yeah, I'm just looking for our responses on that, Mayor.
Okay.
We were doing that as well. We wanted to make sure we pulled up those responses so we can reference those. But I will say that generally, an operator needs to have lawful authority to do the operations that they want to do. So they're going to need a permit or the operator agreement. And even with the operator agreement, we have permit requirements. So I think once Tammy, you pull that up and we're pulling it up as well, we're going to go through that answer and maybe get a little more specific on the questions because I think there's a lot more to talk about than just permitted or not, because there was also questions on what would be allowed, and what is allowed is what the operator has the lawful authority to do with their permits, with their surface use agreements, with their leases. Tammy, I don't know if you want to add something at this point. Thank you, Pat.
So yeah, I can comment here a little bit. What I'm learning from the COGCC is drilling and sidetracking would require a permit. So if you're sidetracking from an existing well, or you're drilling to a different formation, or you're drilling a new well on the same well pad, all of that requires a new permit. What the COGCC has told us on recompletions is it depends. And they have a matrix of what requires a permit and what does not require a permit on that they have provided to us and that we provided to City Council. And I'm looking for that matrix right now. But basically there are many things on there that have a Form 2 or a Form 4 that would include, and this is for recompletions, that would allow us to still make comments if that's the question, or request a hearing. But the items on the recompletions list that do not require a Form 2 or a Form 4, basically that is COGCC's administrative approval on those. And so there would not be a new permit, and we would not necessarily have input into that process. Did that answer make sense?
Well, I mean, it depends. I'll go ahead and go to public. The answer is that it's not definitive. So let me go to public. You know, and I'm speaking more than I should. But let me go to the public comments because we do have 4 people that are queued up to speak. And then I'll go to council comments. But I wanted that legal interpretation, which is, you know, which is what it is before we went to public comments. So I'm going to go to Vince. You know, Vince, state your full name and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Vince Miller. I live in Anthem Ranch. I've been involved in issues related to fracking by the oil and gas industry here in Colorado since 2013. Talk about banging your head against a wall, and that wall too many times has been successive Broomfield city councils and mayors. But here I go again. Environmental Research is a respected, peer-reviewed environmental science and environmental health journal. Again, emphasis on peer-reviewed. The April 2021 issue has a research article entitled Acute Myocardial Infarction Associated with Unconventional Natural Gas Development, a Natural Experiment. In other words, heart attacks associated because of fracking. The natural part of this peer-reviewed article, well, it involves adjacent areas of New York and Pennsylvania. But hydraulic fracturing or fracking is done only in Pennsylvania because New York has banned fracking due to its concerns of potential health and environmental consequences. Research was conducted in 47 counties on either side of the New York-Pennsylvania state line, areas with similar geography and population characteristics. Remember, fracking is banned in the New York counties, but is allowed in the Pennsylvania counties. Data of heart attack hospitalizations and death rates was collected for the counties. Heart attack rates were almost 3% higher in Pennsylvania and 5.4% or more higher in Pennsylvania counties with high concentrations of well sites. The peer-reviewed research found, quote, fracking is associated with increased acute myocardial infarction, in other words, heart attack hospitalization rates among middle-aged men, and older women, as well as with increased heart attack-related mortality, deaths, among middle-aged men, end quote. The finding went on to suggest, due to the increased cardiovascular risk attributed to fracking, bans on hydraulic fracturing can be protective for public health. Now, I know that this council has no intention to ban fracking in Broomfield, but my question is for the council. How much concern do you have for the health and safety of your citizens? And how close should homes, schools, and businesses, whether they are existing or proposed, how close should these be to current or proposed oil and gas sites? How close should they be to plugged and abandoned or orphan wells, which may or not be leaking now, but may in the future? Where will you draw your lines of health and safety for your constituents? Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Vince. Anne Maria, state your full name and neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Anne Marie Cleary, Lackamora. My comments and questions go back to what led up to this reverse setback, and it's in the trenching as part of a solution. And I wanted to understand if trenching and permanent venting is considered an actual solution to a leaking methane source that we supposedly don't know. And if that is the case, and we are doing something that hasn't been done because these leaks aren't found this close to where people are, from what I'm to understand, how is this any different from what happened in Firestone and where we lost Joey Irwin and Mark Martinez? And SB 181 with the new laws and 301 and our new regulations, how is it that at this moment in time, in 2021, we can't do anything different with new laws? We have to use the laws in place. A vent is not a solution to dissipation, because and also the other thing is, are these vents being tracked? And how do we know that the methane isn't leaking through those coal mine sources somewhere else? We just don't know. So that's what I had to comment about, and that's what I had to say. And I can't believe I'm still having this discussion after the Firestone incident and with what's happening here. I feel like we have the resources now. We have the ability to know from what happened. We lost people's lives to it. We have SB 181. We have Broomfield City Charter 301. And we have so much more knowledge and peer-reviewed studies. We have to start from there instead of how do we get it done? How do we stop and protect our health and safety from this moment forward? How do we do that? And I thank you for listening, and I thank you for allowing me to comment.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Jack or Mike to answer specifically the Firestone question and how do we know the trenching work after we go through the rest of the comments. So Luana, please state your full name and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Luana Fletcher, Wilcox, and I'm commenting tonight because of the reverse setback, and the language does sound extremely similar to the city and county of Denver when I was condemned for DIA. It is concerning to me in the fact that once you place any verbiage on a title or deed, it is branded, and real estate market is very smart, and there will be a financial impact to all of the homes that receive that language on them. The other thing that is concerning to me is a language within your study session that states that the repairs may or may not be allowed. This places extreme financial harm upon any homeowner unable to fix homes due to fires, septic failure, roof damage. It also places the home in perhaps default of insurance, mortgage requirements, and possible zoning issues. That speaks to me as at that point in time, Broomfield City and Council has condemned these properties and will be responsible to go through the condemnation process. That being said, Adams County did come up with some very good things with DIA. They were able to get windows from City and County of Denver replaced so that the level day and night, which was 85, was brought down. What I'm asking Broomfield to do is to consider mitigation processes for the individual homes. This sounds to me like a possible radon mitigation. Now, I do not know the density of these gases. I do know that the soils west of I-25 tend to be clay. The soils east of I-25 tend to be sand. Both of those have water, soil, gases moving all the time and at different rates. So what I'm asking is Broomfield to potentially go to any new homes or to the existing wells and well companies. And to me, it sounds like we could put in radon mitigation, put this up high enough into the air that it would dissipate at that point in time. If that doesn't work, then, COVID and condemnation, perhaps buy a bond. If we're talking things blowing up, just buy a bond and just pay me off or pay my relatives off at a high enough rate. And hey, we're good. Because COVID pointed out to me, none of us know what we have left in life. So, final comment. Thank you much now. And you also have very good hold music.
Thank you. Mark, once again, state your name again and your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Mark Stussy. I reside in Aspen Creek. I'm 250 feet away from the Carlson 124 well on Dr. Merkel's property, open space. To the previous caller about the language, I was able to read into some of these documents that you've posted online for public viewing. I'm all in favor for 2,000 foot setback rules on new construction. Oil and gas clearly, based upon the 3.5 hour meeting tonight, is a sticking point for a lot of the community members, and there's possible health concerns across the board. What I'm more concerned about is Aspen Creek in general. A 2,000 foot reverse setback rule would put about 1/3 of our HOA underneath that 2,000 foot radius, and the implications for homeowners to either rebuild their homes due to fire, flood, sewage backup. If the homeowners want to expand the existing footprint or do add-ons or additions, those are concerns of mine. I know that city staff has put in their exemptions. I hope you would strongly, if this is going to go forward, strongly put in some exemptions in there for residents that do have existing homes within that radius. Otherwise, you're going to be opening a snake pit of lawsuits, I would fear, at least from this HOA. And the other concern I would have also, and nobody's really brought this up, but 2,000 foot setbacks would also include Aspen Creek K-12 school right there. And I'm concerned about if they ever wanted to, I don't know if it's Boulder Valley's property or if it's within the range of Broomfield, but What happens if they ever want to expand their school campus or even put temporary classrooms out onto the field there, which have done so a couple times in the past, and how this ordinance would affect that. I thank you for your time and service to the our community.
Thank you. And I'm looking for the screen to go because that's it. That's the end of public comment there. So I'll go to council members' questions and comments. Okay, let's go ahead and go to council questions, comments, direction. I'm looking forward to it. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to have staff address the questions that we had.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Good point. I would like. I was wondering if Jack could address the Firestone, Anne Marie's questions on the Firestone and the trenching, how we know that's effective. I meant to ask that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Certainly, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. The difference between, unfortunately, does not look like Mike Hickey is still on the line. He would be the expert to talk to Firestone entirely. But I'll start with the first part of that question. Regarding the Davis 43-6 and the methane coming out. The purpose of the Oil and Gas Commission coming in and re-abandoning the well at 43-6 was to re-inject a significant amount of the well bore, both inside the actual well bore, but then also within the area outside of the well bore between the steel casing and the rock with Portland cement. That would solidify and stop that source. The idea is to stop the source of methane traveling up that wellbore, stopping the source. So therefore, the trench remediation component of that is there to mitigate and off-gas the residual that is there. So we've stopped the flow in the COGCC by their replugging of that well, stopped the flow, stopped the source. And then all we have left now with the trenching is the off-gassing the residual. Now, again, Mike Hickey was and the folks over there are greater experts on the Firestone case. It's my understanding that that was a flow line situation where a small backflow flow line remained connected to an entire system. And not a well. So it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison between, aside from the fact that we're both dealing with methane. But I'd have to defer on the expertise of the Firestone case to others.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? It seems like my connection's unstable and it has been for some time. So
you sound fine to me.
Okay. So then we'll go ahead and go with council questions and comments. As far as Mr. Stuzzi's comment on exemptions, that's obviously something council needs to decide as direction. What exemptions we're going to give for existing facilities. So that would be part of the direction. I think it was part of the direction requested. If not, it should be part of our direction. So Mayor Pro Tem, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I know there's been a lot of community discussion about the word non-conforming property. That has created a firestorm on social media with some of our older neighborhoods, including Wilcox. And I think people now are, as you heard one of the callers, think that their property is going to be condemned and that they're not going to be allowed to renovate or make repairs. Can we please have our attorney's office provide clarification on that? Because those words created a lot of alarm.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's a good question. This proposed concept of reverse setbacks is not a condemnation. Condemnation proceedings are separate and distinct and a whole nother legal animal. So this is not condemnation proceedings. Your next question, Mayor Pro Tem, I apologize, could you repeat the second part of your question?
Sure. The concerns about them not being able to make repairs or renovations.
Thank you. And as was discussed during the presentation, that's one of the topics we'd like council to discuss, which would be exemptions from the reverse setback, which could include existing residential uses, reconstruction on residences that were already in place as of the date of the reverse setback, just to focus on brand new residential constructions. So that's not an automatic that it would apply to existing residential structures or to remodels or rebuilds of existing residential structures.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. And the next question, I guess, would be for our Ms. Yellico. Do the more recent P&A wells have the same risk profile to nearby occupants? Why is the 2008 date important? Is there a scientific study that has looked at this issue?
Okay, I'm gonna need you to repeat that one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that, council member. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
I can shorten it. Why is the 2008 date the cutoff? Like wells P&A'd before 2008 are more high risk than those after 2008? What is the background on that?
Right, because the plug and abandonment standards were greatly improved in 2008. There are many more certifications that had to be made and much better technology that had to be used. So I think the findings are showing that wells after 2008 definitely were plugged and abandoned under a more restrictive and protective process. Whether or not that weighs out over time remains to be seen.
Thank you. I lost my questions. I had them in, I don't know, but I will go on and let someone else speak while I try to find that and jump in later. Thank you.
Other comments, questions, direction from City Council? Councilmember Lim.
I have a procedural question. I mean we have a lot of questions here.
Yeah.
And I know it's maybe takes less time. We were calling on less people, but in my mind, it's much clearer if we go question by question in addressing the questions. And I mean, otherwise we're just kind of a mishmash of here, there, everywhere and jumping from one thing to the other. And I don't think that gives clear direction to staff. I don't know what they think.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not sure I understand. So do you have questions that
So there's like, no. There's like 5 questions that staff or something that's on the slide that staff wants us to address. Are we supposed, we tried this the last time, I would say.
Yeah, I know. And that's,
and it didn't, I'm sorry, it didn't work. So when we all had one shot to address 10 questions, I'm sorry, it didn't work. So is it worth considering that we just take one question and all comment and then take another question and
give everybody 5 minutes?
Well, I don't know if we all need 5 minutes, but yeah. I'll ask staff that question.
Yeah.
This is something that council can decide. Of course, the council decides how it runs its meeting. It's not really for staff to direct, but we did put those questions in there in an effort to try to give you topics to discuss. And those are the questions that staff believes that we need to draft this ordinance if we're going to move forward to the next steps.
That wasn't the question. The question was how to address those questions that you listed. Are we going to comment on it? Each person is addressing all of the questions in one segment, or are we going to have everyone comment on question 1.
Can you put the questions back up, please?
And Councilmember Lim, thank you for that. I guess my point was I'd like to put that on council to make that determination. I think both ways can work. If we have each council member go through each question like we have on other matters and reverse setbacks, or go through each question one at a time and each council member comments on it. I would like council's input on that. I don't think it's a staff determination, because this is going, the intent here is to have council really have the robust discussion.
Well, Gina, I'm going to speak a little bit. I mean, like, for example, on plugged and abandoned wells, the 250-foot setback appears to be a huge issue. I have a whole bunch of questions, and Guyleen and I, or Mayor Pro Tem and I, talked today about some type of risk assessment. If we do, if we're doing testing and we do the mitigation of the trenching, and we do that stuff in, in these newer neighborhoods, I mean, there's a whole bunch of information, at least, and I would vote on this, that there's a whole bunch of information we're lacking. Same way on what can they do with vertical wells. What can they do with vertical wells? Because the answer we've gotten, it depends. And so I don't know how we provide the feedback, because there still seems to be, I mean, you can go through, we can go through question by question, I guess, and say what we need. It's going to take longer than an hour. My concern is that we still don't have the information we need to make decisions or give direction. Can people hear me?
I hear you, and I agree.
I'm perplexed on this, which is why I did the trial balloon on Saturday. And then the trial balloon got really good questions back. Gene, you'd ask the questions, or Councilmember Lim, you'd ask the question on the legal, what legally can people do on the existing producing wells, and the answer is they could bring rigs in. I don't think they could do a horizontal well on a vertical well, but I'm not sure we've got that answer. And I just have personally, I have a whole bunch of questions on the plugged and abandoned well. So we can go down each one of these. I don't know if we have the information to answer these questions. And I guess I'll ask council, what do let's talk about procedure here. Can we give answers? And because we really do need to go with the, I don't know, this is the third night in a row for me. I think we need 11 is going to be the limit. We've already lost people. And so what do we want to do? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thanks, Mayor. So I think that there is some agreement here in terms of kind of what Councilmember Lim is talking about. So I think that if we started off with the pre-production wells, and that is basically for our, all intents and purposes, that's going to be the setbacks for the extraction wells. And if we started there, and then I think that if we can see kind of where everybody's sitting, maybe do like a straw poll or something, and find out kind of where, if there's agreement, that we can find out if there's any outstanding questions that need staff's input. And then we can move on to plug and abandon. That I think that if we can start off with the thing that we have probably the most agreement on, which is the pre-production wells, and then move into the plugged and abandoned, which I think there is more agreement there than disagreement, and then into the producing wells last, because I think that that's probably where we're going to get hung up the most. I think if we go through it that way and kind of topic by topic, then we're not going to get bogged down in the other pieces, which is like the exceptions and things like that amongst this discussion. So that's how I would propose to kind of go through this, is starting off with the things that we have most agreement on and working towards the things that we probably don't have as much agreement on.
That makes sense to me, Councilmember Schaaf. Do you want to start off with the, with the pre-producing wells, or you want to just throw that out there for whoever wants to comment first?
I'm never afraid to start off. So okay. I think the pre-production wells, I think that what we have in place is our CDPHE study, which showed that there is a significant risk, health risk for people living within 2,000 feet of a pre-producing well. We've seen that here in Broomfield with our Livingston well, as well as our interchange A and B wells. So I think at this point, we would be foolish to go with anything less than 2,000 feet. So that would be my residential setback for pre-production wells would be 2,000 feet. And that's what I'd put out there to begin the discussion.
Okay. Councilor Lyman, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate Councilmember Schaaf's approach. I want to talk for a little bit about some big picture things. I had a very good conversation earlier today with Councilmember Anderson, and I really appreciate her input on this. We really had a good conversation. Well, I felt it was good. So there's two concepts that I'm not a lawyer, but that I have learned in a different arena that I think are helpful here, and that is compelling interest and least restrictive means. And I won't go into where I learned these and that whole story, but the question of, first of all, does the government have a compelling interest to get involved in this whole discussion and regulate this? I think is clearly yes, the government does for each one of these different well types with regards to locations of residential buildings, of houses. I think the government does have, the local government here does have a compelling interest. I don't know the magnitude of that interest for the different wells and all different types of wells, and I'll come back to that in a moment because Councilmember Schaaf gave me an idea. But I do also want to toss out the idea of the least restrictive means. Basically, what's the smallest step the government, meaning council, could take to reasonably address the problem? I don't want to say solve, but address the problem. And the brute force way to solve this problem is, of course, the setbacks. And we've been talking about that. But one of the things that Councilmember Anderson talked to me about was, she had the idea, and I think it's a very good one. I don't know if she had the idea or not, but it was new to me from her. Are there other ways to deal with some of these effects? For example, with a residential home within 200 feet during a plugged-in abandoned well, could you put in a mitigation system? I think one of the earlier callers tonight talked about similar to a radon system. Maybe it's the same system. That makes sense to me. So that's the framework, the big picture framework that I'm working from is what's the least we can do to reasonably address this problem. So then, Councilmember Schaaf, I really appreciate what you just said about trying to start with what we think we have a lot of agreement on and move down. I'd like to maybe have a matrix of along the horizontal axis of well type, not well type, but production type, status, well status, maybe that's it. Pre-production, production, shut in, plugged and abandoned. And then on the vertical axis of that, go down and say, these are the mitigation steps that need to be taken, or that here's the regulation that we're going to put in place. But if you take these mitigating steps, you can have a different setback. For example, I think I'm getting to my point, Mr. Mayor. What Councilmember Schaaf talked about, I think with regards to the pre-production, I would agree that chances are 2,000 feet is a good number, but then you get into a producing well, a shut-in well, plugged and abandoned well, and a 2,000 foot setback clearly is too much of a hammer, as it were, for a plugged and abandoned well. Is a 250 foot setback or 200 foot setback, which is what we currently have, something like that? Does that make sense? Or if there's no, if there are other mitigating steps, could it be changed? So I guess I'd like to see us sketch out, and we're not going to have time to do this tonight, sketch out a matrix and maybe put it up on Google Documents for every council member to fill out on their own, of well status across one axis, and then setback and mitigated setbacks down the vertical axis. But Councilmember Shaft, to your point, I would support for a pre-production well, I would support a larger setback. I'm not quite sure I can get to 2,000 feet, but I'm not sure I can't, which is not a very good, not a very helpful answer, is it? But that's where I am and I'm out of time. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take Councilman, I think his idea, if I understand correctly, is that we'll talk about the 2,000-foot setback from the pre-producing wells, which are basically the 54 wells that have been approved. And then potentially the wells that could occur on a limited basis on the northeast part of town, and then go to P&A wells, and then probably save for after this producing wells, because there's been 50 questions. So I really like that idea, because I want to dive into P&A wells because we've had a lot of discussion tonight. So going back to Councilmember Shaft's comment, where is council at? Maybe do a straw poll on, would council support a pre-production setback, a reverse setback of 2,000 feet for pre-production purposes? Councilmember Lim?
Yes, and I would support that because of the CDPHE report that supports that we can have health impacts up to 2,000 feet pre-production. The only other thing I would add is if we're going to go in that order, that's fine. The community is expressing concern about our answer to number 3, which is are we going to allow the residential units constructed to be exempt? Are we going to allow the plats? Are we going to allow? That is what the community is expressing concern about. So I would like to throw out there, yes, to all of number 3, and see if people agree with that. And then it will calm some concerns in the community.
Okay, excellent point, Councilmember Lim. We should give that answer tonight, the direction tonight. I agree. So the question now to council, and we've already got Councilmember Lim's answer on she wants 2,000-foot setbacks from pre-producing wells, and she wants exemptions on all the items listed in 3. Councilmember Shaft, let me go back. Do you want to go ahead and address this awkward tonight, but we knew it was going to be. I did. Councilmember Shaft, where are you at on 3?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Councilmember Lim on number 3 wholeheartedly.
Okay, is there, go back to, I can't see all the hands right now because Councilmember, let's go with Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Lim. I think the exemptions are absolutely necessary. And with the extraction well pads, yeah, a 2,000-foot setback is scientifically proven to be necessary. So I support both those.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Yes, I support Councilmember Lim on the 2,000-foot setback for pre-production. I think it also should be noted that I don't know if we want to discuss the applicability of it. This current project does not really impact much because so much of it has already been developed or does not apply. So it would be for another future project. So yes, the 2,000 feet is necessary. And are we also addressing question 3 now or later?
No, go ahead and answer 3 now.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree. I've had a lot of concern. I would be, if my own home would be impacted by that. I would. So I think some of us are. I think others on council too. We do not want to do that to our constituents. We want them to be able to repair and remodel their homes. So yes, I believe that's yes then on all A through D.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Same.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak up on whether they disagree with the 2,000 feet into 3? I'm going to go ahead and take that. I have Councilmember Lindstedt.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this question or not. I haven't asked too many questions tonight, but under these exemptions, if someone wanted to split their lot, would that be included in these exemptions if we're moving straight to 3? because I would like people to be able to split their lot if they want to make a, you know, mother-in-law house or something. I don't know. I was just wondering if that's included.
Councilmember Lindstedt, I'll take that, Hannah Burton Zeddy. The exemptions that we listed in 3 would not apply to someone who had not already created an additional lot. That would be prevented by the reverse setback.
I appreciate that answer. Well, I'd be interested in seeing some kind of flexible language for, you know, an individual lot owner who owns a half-acre lot and, you know, wants to make a small home or something in there on half of it. I don't know. I'd be interested in that exemption. But just throwing that out there for.
I see people nodding their heads. Let me go to Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that I can probably get there with the 2,000-foot setback with regards to pre-production wells. With regards to the exemptions, I do support them, and I like Councilmember Lindstedt's idea. Quick question: how many housing units are in the proposed exemptions as it stands right now, or what percentage, maybe is a better term, do we think in that list of proposed exemptions? It's got to be fairly large. Does staff have any idea?
Well, these are the horizontal pads, and so there have, you know, I mean, I guess Adams County would have quite a few.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, it just seems to me that if the number of sites or lots or houses or whatever in the exemption zones is more than the number of potential dwelling units outside. Wait, I'm not saying that right. If the number of dwelling units that have exemptions is greater than the number of dwelling units that don't have exemptions, I think we might be going about this backwards somehow. But the other comment I would make regarding Councilmember Lindstedt's proposal, I like the proposal, but what's the difference between someone splitting a lot to make 2 small lots versus someone splitting 10 acres into 10 1-acre lots and doing that? And if we're going to exempt the first, why shouldn't we exempt the second? Is it a matter of degrees? It just seems to me that we need to have a more consistent procedure to allow people to get, again, least restrictive means to get to the goal, which is protecting health and safety without using the ultimate club of a huge setback. Thank you.
Anna, do you have a sense of what that number would look like?
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman. I don't have a clear percentage, but we can certainly bring that back either with the first reading or with a subsequent study session. It would be a substantial number of the lots would be within this exemption, since the list of exemptions would be those existing lots already created, those with a site development plan, and those with a PUD plan in place are all listed under 3. So that's a substantial number of lots.
And maybe that's information that you could get back to us, by email, because I mean, I think that's a good question on each one of those categories of 3, because I brought it up on my other computer, and I think it's a good question to know that information. What I'm hearing from council is that they want to go with 2,000, and they're on 3. They want to understand the implications of 3 between the various categories, including Councilmember Lindstedt's. If somebody wanted to subdivide, because I think Councilmember Law Evans has a point. We need to. I mean, the desire is to let the community know that if you have an approved property or you're an existing property, we're not going to mess with you on this reverse setback. And I mean, that's the direction. And what are the, and so the question is, what is the implications of that? Maybe, Jennifer, you and Anna and others could try to determine what the implications of that are, particularly in terms of new units.
You bet. Yeah, we'll certainly do that. And then back to Councilmember Lindstedt's suggestion and idea. We'll try to garner as much as we can those areas that would fall under Councilmember Law Evans' 10 acre, 1 acre parcels versus those homes that are on 1 acre that would in fact divide. So maybe just break that into 2 categories. One that would be multiple breaks and one that would be one lot with 1 break.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to be fairly relaxed on the rules here, but not the 5 minutes to say the least.
Oh, no, I won't. I'm very brief. I just said one word last time, remember? You're
I do.
frozen, Mayor. But anyway.
Can you hear me though?
I can hear you.
I have an unstable connection.
You have a smile on your face. I'm glad that Councilmember Lindstedt brought that up because that does impact a large area in Ward 5, obviously Wilcox, where there will be some larger parcels subdivided for family homes on the same property. And I think there needs to be flexibility here because we don't want to limit people from developing their personal property in that area. They, unfortunately, they do have wells pretty close to their homes, but that was a long time ago. And, you know, it's kind of the grandfather clause, you know, it's just the way it was.
So we've given direction and you know, great suggestion.
Can I ask one
Go
more
ahead.
question of clarification? I just got a question. These reverse setbacks in Broomfield County will not impact neighboring counties, correct?
I don't think we can.
I didn't think we could either. So they
Yeah,
won't
and
have any
we're-
bearing. Okay,
Nancy's nodding her head.
thank you.
So I agree with moving on P and A wells next. I mean, because we've given the direction on that. Who wants to take the lead on the P and A wells? Councilmember Lim.
I want to point out that in at least 2 proposals that were set forward, there was consensus before this week. There was Councilmember Anderson and I put forth a proposal that there would be 250-foot setback from P&A wells. And the straw poll or whatever that Mayor Quinn put out said there would be 250-foot setback from P&A wells. So there was an agreement there. Now, we've had a little background conversation about an exemption for one developer that seems to be derailing somewhat a consensus that was already there for a 250-foot reverse setback from P&A wells. So nothing I heard tonight from the about the Davis, well, I would say everything I heard, let's put it in the positive, everything I heard tonight from the Davis 43-6 discussion supports keeping that setback of 250 feet that we had consensus on. I mean, we heard about wrench faults throughout the area that can cause P&A well problems. We heard about the geography in the region that causes methane not to move through the soil correctly. I mean, this is a regional issue. This isn't just an issue at Davis 43-6. So, I mean, the science seems to point to the fact that whether we like it or not, we live in an area where we are an exception and are apt to have, because of coal mines and everything else, that we are apt to have more problems with P&A wells than anyone else than another region. So I think we have to stick with what I would point to we had consensus on at a week ago was 250 feet reverse setback. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
I just want to make one brief comment and then go to Councilmember Anderson. I'm not sure. I think we had consensus. I put out the 250 as a discussion point to get people to get people's reaction on a specific proposal. I'm not sure that meant consensus. But Anyway, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one that I have been kind of going back and forth on because I do believe a 250-foot setback is really where it needs to be. And then I started having some of these thoughts. Well, could you go less because you don't have a basement? And there seems to be a little bit of a confirmation of the basement is the worst part for the home. But then it was that discussion of the wrench faults and the unique geography and the mention of Lowell and Sheridan and then Boulder to Broomfield to Erie. And I honestly think at this point in time, it does need to be 250 feet. And we do actually, I would love to see a map of this wrench fault and some of these coal seams and some of these other pieces of information. Is this only an impact for the Anthem area, or does this also continue up into the northeast part of Broomfield? Because it was unfortunate to hear of the unique geography and the various pieces playing into that, but I would support the 250 feet and would like to see more information before we would even consider at this point going less. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so that, I mean, the conversation regarding the David 43-6 well, and the, question I asked regarding, if this operation had taken place with occupied structures there, what would that have been like? And, the answer from gentleman from COGCC, Mike, thank you. What his is basically, he said that would have made it much more tricky, and it would have changed the operation a lot. And that for me, really sticks with me, is in that, I wasn't there when all of this was going on, but the pieces that seem to be there, cement truck, cement pumping truck. And then you also have, asphalt cutters and things like this. I mean, this was a sizable, construction site. And gosh, I hope that we don't have, to do this anywhere else. But if we do, we need the space to do it. And so I think that right now I'm sitting at the 250. I look forward to having more information on this, but I think at this point I'm sitting at 250, knowing that site, in order to mitigate the what was going on there, was a sizable operation.
Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate this discussion very much. And again, I'm going to go back to my least restrictive means idea. We have not had, that I can see, the Davis 43-6 discussion that we just had was about a specific case that was, I would point out that the process worked. We found the problem, we fixed the problem beforehand, before the construction took place. And so the process worked, and the ongoing soil gas testing program that Tammy outlined, however many hours ago that was, that she talked about, hopefully along with the locating, the geomagnetic and GPS locating, will give us an idea, a much better idea of what wells are doing, what the P&A wells are doing, whether or not they're currently leaking. And when they do start to leak, if they do start to leak, we'll be able to be on top of that a lot more quickly. So I have a lot of thoughts on this. I don't think that we have had any discussion or testimony of, are there other ways to solve the problem besides a setback? And the reason I'm concerned about the setback is there's a lot of property owners out there who aren't great big developers and don't have the legal resources of great big developers, who have relied or at least had in the back of their heads for a long time that the setback is going to be 200 feet or with informed consent versus 250 feet. And that 50 feet of distance, of radius, of course, if you remember your high school geography and whatnot, is probably close to doubling that area. So that can really have a huge impact. Before we start saying, yes, we should go with 250 feet over 200 or any other number, I'd like to get expert testimony from people who know what happens, how does the risk come down if you put, if we were to require that every house was built with an explosive gas detector in it. I mean, I have a little camping trailer. When we use the propane, we have a little monitor we put in it. We put the batteries in it and whatnot, and it works. We've had it work. Mitigation systems. Most, if not all, new houses in the state of Colorado these days are built with radon mitigation systems, which is basically you put a fan that evacuates air from either your subfloor or around the slab. With gravel, what are the chances that would evacuate methane just as well as would evacuate radon, which again is a known hazard. And then the ongoing soil gas testing. I guess I just think that it's premature to simply arbitrarily go from the nice round number of 200 feet to another nice round number of 250 feet without at least exploring these other options as to, are there other ways to solve the problem that don't impact the potential development scenarios that we've got out there that people have been thinking of in the back of their heads for a long time. So I do not currently support the 250 feet. I could get there, but I think we need more information. I think we need to hear other possible ways of mitigating this. Thank you.
Let me take a stab at the other information, because I agree with everything that's been said about the things said tonight were concerning. What I heard tonight from Mike and from Jack was that there's P&A wells, and there's P&A wells in the community that could develop leaks. There's ways to solve that leak. There's ways to mitigate the methane. That Mike seemed to be very much in favor of the methodology that Jack had recommended. But what I guess what I would like to put, and Jack may be the right guy working, and Mike seems to be interested in doing it. Could Jack help us walk us through this? What type of testing program what type of testing program should we have? If we do find that there's methane leaking and we are concerned that we need to go in and re-plug and bend that well, Mike made it very clear that he needs a certain amount of space. What is that space that would be required? And I mean, we had a lot of information tonight that scared people because the risk of P&As failing in our area seems to be higher than it is in other areas, which is where I think everybody got concerned. But I'd like to see, Mike certainly seems to be willing to help us on this. I'd like to see Jack work through us, answer the question we put tonight. How do you test for it? If you do find problems down the road, what area do you need to work in it? Because if it's in a backyard that's fenced, you can't do that. And let Jack and Mike talk a little bit about the reverse side of it. Now that we found a failed one, what happens if we find one in the future? Once the development's occurred, what would they want that development to look like?
Sure, we can work up those answers with Jack.
And I see a lot of nodding heads. Councilmember Groom, did you want to address that?
Yep. There you go. Didn't want to open it while somebody was coming in to give the dog a treat. Anyway, I did have a comment in that regards. I do support looking at this one a little bit more. And I agree. I mean, there's a lot of things a lot of facts that have been stated here tonight that there is concern. We are built on coal mines. We do have hundreds of, well, not hundreds, maybe 150 of P&A wells in Broomfield. We did expand and grow over these. Being a long-term resident here, I can recall them way back in the day. We do have unique geology across this whole plains. That was one of the sins of where they put Rocky Flats, right? So it's a recharge area. There's a lot of issues going on, but the fact of the matter is after all of it, we did catch it. We did catch the Davis one through the testing, and it just proves that what we have is right. And I think we need to be saying, what is the problem we're solving here? Or what is the risk we're mitigating? Is it a problem we're solving, or is it a risk we're mitigating? And is it, I could go to 2000 if we have the discussion and we say there's a risk and here's how we mitigate it. I don't know how we even go from 200 to 250 when we really haven't articulated that.
Does it make sense having Jack and Mike help us answer that question?
Yeah, that's kind of where the rudimentary part that I want to go all the way back is to, like Councilmember Law Evans and yourself, Mayor, has stated, let's get some experts in. Let's see, does Broomfield have a problem statement with our P&As? And if so, let's address it. Do we have a risk with our P&As? If so, let's address it. Let's mitigate it. And then let's figure it out. But right now, I just can't really put an arbitrary 50 or 250 or 2000 on it. But I want to really move forward with that analysis.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was proposing, and I think most everybody was agreeing with. And so you agree with having Jack and Mike help guide us on this one, because once again, going back to my comment, Mike was a pretty candid guy that we have difficult geology here. We could have failed P&A wells that would create methane issues that you would want to vent, and you would want to replug that well. And so what does all that mean in terms of guiding us in what development we should allow? And once again, I'm seeing people nod their heads. I mean, and I think that's the path we should head down to. Councilmember Schaaf, because I was gonna try to get the direction to council, the staff, because I think we need information for the producing wells, and I wanted to maybe ask a couple questions. Did you want to? Well, let me start on the producing wells, because I think we've covered the P&A wells. Because where I'm at right now, and that's where Nancy didn't expect me to ask the question as quickly as I did tonight, but I think the $64,000 question, which shows you how old I am, is, and let's just take the Livingston pad. And then we'll move to the horizontal, we'll move to the vertical pads. On the Livingston pad, 10 years from now, if they have a failed well, can they go in and refrac a well, and what does that look like? Are the same dangers we all just agreed on the 2,000-foot wells, would that exist in refracking those wells 10 years from now? Because that's going to impact people's decisions as to what development you want to allow, if they can recreate the problems that we've identified. And I'm not wanting an answer right now, but I don't think the question got answered quite the way, I'd hoped it would. On each one of these pads, because I'm assuming like on the Carlson pad, that they brought a workover rig in, which is not, to cut the pipelines. What are the activities that can occur in each one of these? And you said it depends on the agreement. Could they actually come in? And I think the answer is no, on a vertical well and do a horizontal well on that, wells from that, what can they do on these existing producing wells and shut-in well pads? And I don't think we've answered that question. What we've answered is it depends. And I think starting with the 2,000-foot setback for pre-producing, can they recreate pre-producing conditions that we're concerned about on the pads with the MOU? And I don't think we have an answer on that tonight. Do we, Ms. Rogers?
Sorry,
I'm
we were
not even
waiting.
sure I want you to attempt to answer the 1035, but yeah, but.
Extraction's operator agreement is specific as to when they have the lawful authority to do operations in Broomfield. Yeah. When we get past that date, December 31st, 2022, they're not allowed to start drilling on a new pad. So,
but say they have a failure, they have a casing failure. And once again, because and what you said, you have a failure in a well, and then what you do in the industry is you go and you sidetrack that well, and so you literally drill a well right next to that well, and then you would recomplete it. Can they sidetrack a well?
Sidetracking requires a new permit, right?
Is that new permit under 181?
That is correct. Sidetracking requires a new permit. Correct.
Okay, so what can, I mean, certainly they can come and bring a workover rig in. I'm sorry.
For maintenance.
For maintenance.
Yeah.
So what does that look like? I mean, what is it? I mean, I think these are all, this is the same thing that's going to occur in the vertical wells. What does maintenance work if they go in and, you know, and they have, they have an issue with the well, they got to pull the tubing and do the stuff that they do that I know nothing about, but I know what it costs, I mean, what does that look like? What are the, risk involved in that? I mean, I don't think we've identified that. What does it look like on these producing well sites? Because on the Peonade, we know that the risk is that the cement could crack and it would start leaking methane, and we're going to come up with a method to mitigate that. But what is the risk on a producing well? When a workover rig comes in? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So what is the risk of what? That they would do something more than maintenance? Or the risk that there
is maintenance? Nancy, I'm talking about, this is not a legal question per se. What does maintenance look like? What is the risk involved in maintenance? I mean, and I don't know what a maintenance on a 2.5 mile lateral means compared to, I have a pretty good idea what it means on a 7,000 foot vertical. I guess that's information I think council needs to give direction on producing wells. What can happen on these sites?
So, and this was included in our response to Councilmember Lim and Anderson's question. And Tammy, please chime in, because this was an answer that we worked on as a team, along with our outside counsel and conferring with the COGCC. There's not a list that spells out maintenance activities. There's many valves and gaskets on active wells. The maintenance can include, like you mentioned, bringing in a workover rig to pull tubing. There's a lot of common maintenance activities that we can prepare for, like gas compressor maintenance, some maintenance that might involve workover rigs. The activities of this maintenance still need to be in line with the BMPs and the terms and conditions of the operator agreement, and COGCC regulations. So they can't do whatever they want, whenever they want. They still have to follow the constraints of those terms and conditions. But as far as giving a specific list of what are the maintenance activities and what the risks are, we tried to get that information from COGCC and weren't able to get that comprehensive list. It can include a lot of activities.
And I don't know, I mean, at one point in time, we had engaged Barbara, whose name is escaping me, that had an expertise. Could we have an engineer that has an expertise in horizontal wells and educate council? If COGCC doesn't feel like that, educate us what occurs on a horizontal pad, 10 years from now, 15 years from now.
Ganong. We do have Barbara Ganong on our team, so we can bring her back.
Because I don't know how council can make a decision if we don't know what it looks like, on Livingston Pad 10 years from now when XYZ occurs. Barbara, she has expertise in this. She could give us some idea.
Okay.
So I guess I'm just saying, have our expert, our engineering expert is, tell us what do we expect to occur on these pads, and what's the difference between what can occur on a horizontal pad compared to a vertical pad. And then, then I agree with Gene that for all intents and purposes, a shut-in is a producing well, and capable of production. And so, and I'm seeing, once again, I'll go to Councilmember Anderson because she's had her hand up for a while. Did you want to make a couple comments?
Yes, I have two comments. The first one is I very much appreciate the mayor's questions here, and also I think it's not just maintenance activities, but, and I'm trying to find that email, but it's also, can they do future operations like lifters, pump jacks, all those types of things? Because I think there's some, one of the council members brought up a good point that once you're in production and you're in this phase that we're in right now, perhaps, and some of the data showing it too, that we've come back down in the emissions. Some of the safety issues aren't there because there's no workover rigs, there's no coiling tubing units, there's no noise, there's no fire explosion hazards. But yeah, what does each of those look like? Because that is a determining factor, because you can go for 10 or 20 years and you could come back with something that we're like, oh no, like we wish we had known they were going to do that. So I totally agree. I would definitely like more information on that. But I would like to also bring up one other possible concept and get feedback. And if you don't have it today, it's fine. But somebody suggested to me, and they mentioned Rule 312 with the COGCC, but we don't think that's the right rule. And could an operator, especially one of the operators who are up in the northeast section where they just have a single well, is there a method that they could use, working with a developer, where they would submit a document saying that they are done with all future operations and the only thing they're ever going to do on that well again, besides maintenance, I suppose, would be that they're going to let it produce a little longer, but then next step is plug and abandon. They will do nothing more. Is there some form that they submit to the COGCC or to us or something where they could get them a step closer that would say we're done, other than a P&A? And that is all my questions.
And that's the information you want. So let me try to summarize where I think we're at. That the council is giving direction that we want to draft up a pre-production reverse setback at 2,000 feet. We want to look into the exemptions. We want Anna and Jennifer to give us more information on particularly on the what has not been built yet. I mean, I think council clearly has a consensus on existing homes being repaired or replaced, or if they burned down, being rebuilt. But council is inclined to allow the existing entitlements that exist, but we want to understand exactly what that means and what the implications. And Anna's a great person to help us understand all that. On P&A wells, we've given direction to Jack and really want Mike to help, since as near as we can tell, he likes that. So so we can get a lot more information, because they gave us a lot of information tonight on that. And then in production, we have a lot of questions on production, not the least of which is what can happen on these pads once they're in production. What does it look like? What are the, and Barbara could probably tell you some of those risks. I mean, she'll tell you how many moving pieces there are. I mean, I'm sure she can, because that's something that every oil company out there, operator, wants to mitigate the risk that's involved in the neighboring communities. So council, anything else we want staff to do? Councilmember Schaaf?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'm thinking that with those producing wells, with those producing wells, if it always has a chance to go back to that pre-production phase of operations, at that point, the setback is going to be that 2,000 feet. Mm-hmm. So I think the kind of the premise is that on those producing wells, we're going with the premise that it's going to be a 2,000 foot setback unless certain criteria is met. So one of those criteria would be, can it go back to a pre-production? And so I don't know if there's a way to build within the ordinance that a producing well has a setback of 2,000 feet, but here's the criteria it can meet to reduce that setback and get some type of variance on that 2,000 foot setback.
That's a good point. Councilmember Lim.
And I'm just going to throw another monkey wrench in this, but I mean, with these horizontal wells, I mean, we're asking the experts to tell us what will happen like 20 years after these horizontal pads and they haven't been in existence for 20 years yet.
Well,
and the technology will change in 20 years. So that's fine. You want to ask the experts, but I'm not sure they can even give us a definitive answer 20 years from now, what's going to happen that isn't going to bring that pad back to, like Councilmember Schaaf was pointing to, pre-production kind of concerns.
Well, they can't answer what technology is going to exist, but they're required to answer what's going to occur based on current technology. And every one of these wells, they know what they think they're going to need to do to take these things to production. I mean, they've engineered it for the 40 or 50 years that, you know, they have it in their reserves, you know, based on that. So, but that's all based on current technology.
But they haven't, when we ask the question, what kind of emissions happen with these production activities, you know, refracking and all that kind of stuff, we don't have a lot of data at this point to look at because it hasn't needed to be done yet.
But I think you'd agree, Gene, that it's worth our time to have an engineer come in and talk about those issues.
Yes.
And then you can ask those probing questions, which, I mean, obviously you should.
Okay.
But my whole point comes down to that having an engineer talking about what do the life of these wells look like and what do they anticipate, because they've had to forecast that you know, and have them answer that, and then you can ask the questions that you feel you need to ask, and which, you know, which makes sense.
Okay,
So,
thanks. Okay.
Okay, Jennifer, did I lose you? Is Jennifer on the screen? Was it Miller time?
I don't see her, Mayor.
I don't either. Oh, here she's back on. Maybe the internet's just weird tonight. Jennifer, I don't know if you heard that last part. I'm going to ask you, is that enough direction to keep you? I mean, we would love to put the thing to bed in May, but we're just not going to get there.
Yeah, I think the added value of having Jack and Mike
yes,
made a big difference tonight, and I don't think we could have scripted or planned out what added value they would have led us down. So I think we have plenty of direction.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make a comment to Councilmember Schaaf. When you asked for the 43.6 to be brought up tonight, you know, in public, I wasn't sure the value of it, and before tonight, I saw the value of it, but I didn't see it when you asked it, and I guess I want to thank you for bringing it up, because we couldn't have had an informed discussion tonight without talking about the 43.6 with our experts on, like you said, with Mike, and so I want to thank you for that. So I think we, you know, let's leave it there, Jennifer, unless you or Nancy want to ask any additional questions.
Not from an operations perspective, unless Nancy has something from a legal perspective. And we need a little time to look at the timeline. Councilmember Schaaf asked, so we'll circle back as soon as we can on what that date looks like.
Okay. Let's leave it there. And once again, it was a good meeting tonight, and with constructive public input, and so thank you, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the night. Bye.